All right. Hello, everybody. We are out at Southtown Lanes in Bloomington, Minnesota, bringing you the match play of the 45th Annual Minnesota Masters. My name is Tom Corbett. I will be joined by Jason Hansen here in a minute. This is the first match. This will be what you're going to watch right now is Tyler Kurkowski against John Stabner. We had 94 bowlers today. And of those, this is the top 24 made the cut. The top 8 get a bye for the first game. And so you're seeing now we have 9 through 24 bowling. Tyler was the 9th seed. John was the 24th seed. I will give you the rundown of the top 24 bowlers today. Dawson Peterson was our leading qualifier at plus 127, including a 300 in Game 8 of qualifying. For that, he got a plaque for high qualifier and $50 donated by myself and the locker guy. Mark Blaha was second at plus... I'll take it back. This is wrong. I got the wrong sheet. This is the wrong order. I'll have to get the right sheet for you. Second, I know, was Thomas Cleveland. Let me go get that sheet because I have one that's not sorted the correct way. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So I mentioned Dawson Peterson was high qualifier at plus 127, including a 300 his last game. Second, Thomas Cleveland at plus 103. Third was Brady Stearns at plus 93. Brandon Cryer was fourth at plus 52. Bryce Keichel at plus 40 was fifth. Matt Payne was also plus 40. He was sixth. Dave Ullman plus 38 was seventh, and Zach Mitchell was plus 35. He was eighth. Those 8 bowlers get a bye the first game. Ninth, I mentioned Tyler Kurkowski right here on our TV pair. He was at plus 34. John Blaha plus 20 was 10th. Mike Upton plus 17 was 11th. Will Matafee 12th at plus 14. Brady Gustafson 13th at plus 11. Jason Craigen was even. He was 14th. William Jones, minus 3, was 15th. David Pashina, minus 4, was 16th. Rob Clements, minus 9, was 17th. Josh Kennedy, minus 15. He was 18th. Henry Trutman, 19th at minus 25. Aaron Humrickhouse, 20th at minus 31. Pat Hovda, minus 39, was 21st. Mike Bigler, 22nd at minus 46. Brandon Brown was also minus 46. He was 23rd. And John Stabner, minus 49, was 24th place. We did cash 3 extra cashers. And they were Nick Hogan at minus 58, Caleb Pashina at minus 63, and John Holmes got the last cash at minus 64. Sam Lanto, you would have killed him. Especially games 1 and 2, you could have rolled it right up between the gutter and first arrow. You're a master at that. I don't know why you weren't here. We were just talking to Rob Clements going, where's Sam today? And I said, Sam was supposed to be here, but not. All right, I've just been joined in the booth by our Minnesota Masters and CBA Tournament Director, Jason Hansen.
Hey, everyone. What a day.
What a day. It was hectic for you today with 94 bowlers. You had your wife and daughter helping you get scores, too.
Yeah. Too shy.
A lot of
really?
Running, yeah, too shy if we needed 96.
Yeah, it would have been great 32. To take 32, yeah. Yep. But, yeah, busy day, but good day.
And it's funny, we were spread out. There was 4 on most pairs, 5 on about 6 pair. We had a couple of pairs here we didn't use. There's 48 lanes here at Southtown. It goes fast, but if you have 6 on a pair, it's easier to get the scores because it's a
Yeah.
little bit slower.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, when you get the combo of 4 on most, 5 on some, there always gets to be a few that go 4, like several pairs in a row, so they're clicking along, and all of a sudden they hit this area where there's been a couple of 5s in a row, and then the games get all out of order.
They
you
do.
know, all of a sudden people have finished game 6, and others, they haven't even started game 6 yet. That's when scorekeeping kind of becomes a,
Sure.
Yeah. You got to pay attention.
And you only have 2 people getting scores. It's not like we have 6 where they each get 6 lanes apiece and come and get them. So
Right.
you're walking up and down. And then people move, and they take their score sheets with them.
Right.
And they don't always leave the score sheets on the back counter. They put them in their backpacks. They do all kinds of stuff like that.
But we made it through. What's that?
Bob, yeah, you're right. Skol. Vikings play at 3:25 against the, I don't want to say hated Packers, but some people hate them. But not Mark Keichel. He's here today with his, proudly showing off his Green Bay Packers sweatshirt.
Who's that?
Mark Keichel.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I asked him when he came down here, sporting that Green Bay Packers sweatshirt, if he's here to watch the Vikings game later on. He said, nope, the Packer game. Another Packer fan we have here is Rob Clements.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that Clem was a
yeah,
Packers
yeah.
backer. All right.
I guess if you're from Wisconsin, I give it your.
I guess that's the deal.
So
Well, we got, this is kind of I think a great little story here right in front of us, this first match. I think it's fantastic seeing John Stebner make the cut today.
Exactly.
I'm going to take a real quick guess and say he's the oldest guy that made the cut probably
That he
today.
is.
Yeah.
He was like the 3rd oldest guy in the field.
Yeah. So nice to see him get in and make the cut. That was great to see.
Yeah, he had hip replaced back here early in the spring. He didn't bowl much in the summer, so he was concerned. He's starting to bowl more, and he wants to bowl these 8-game terms to see if he can get through them. So he bowled the Twin City Masters, didn't do very well, but bowled the MSC last weekend, a couple weeks ago, whatever it was, did okay, and he was just wanting to get through the 8 games. He did that tremendously. Jeremy Steffen is watching. You know, there's a guy that should be bowling these things.
He should bowl everything.
Jeremy Steffen and Sam Lenta weren't here, and if they were here, we would have had 96.
We would have had the top 32.
I know it.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
I read off the top bowlers and the cashers, and so what I'm going to periodically talk about here, this is the 45th annual Minnesota Masters, and I have in front of me the stats that I keep track of all the champions and where the runner-ups and where the places were. And the first one ever, 1976, this was run by Pete Schaefer. He started this Minnesota Masters, 1976. He had it for 5 years and then didn't have it for 5 years and whatever reason. I really don't know why he quit running it, but 1976, there was still 8 games of qualifying, but there was 4 games of qualifying at Mady's and 4 games of qualifying at Elsie's.
Oh.
And then the finals were at Elsie's the next day. And it was still single game, double elimination. So you came back the next day, and you might only bowl 2 games.
Right.
But that's the way it was for the first 7, 8 years till we kind of changed it. George Peterson won that tournament, and he grew up at Mady's and Elsie's. So he was a very good bowler back then, especially. He beat as a runner-up none other than Dennis Savoy. And I do got to tell everybody, my condolences go out to the Savoy family because Denny Savoy just passed away last weekend.
Oh.
He was 86 years old. I know he was in hospice for about 3 weeks. He got better for a while, but he just kind of went downhill. He was runner-up in the first ever Minnesota Masters. The CBA started in 1971. Denny Savoy was the first ever CBA bowler of the year, 1971-72. So. And I bowled with Denny a couple times. He subbed on our team here and there. Very good guy and obviously a great bowler.
Yeah.
The second Minnesota Masters, 1977, was held just at Mady's instead of going back and forth. Chuck Leone beat somebody who I don't know named Larry Cromwell. I don't know who that is, but he was runner-up in 1977. And John, that's the second single pin that he hooked by on the left side of the lane. Something you don't want to do. Single pins are huge. I missed 4 of them today. That's not the only reason it stopped me from making the cut, but I did miss 4 of them today. So Sam was giving you lessons at Tex, Jeremy. You should have come here, and you could have had. I could have given you lessons here at Southtown at the Masters if you wanted a lesson. Hey, Dana, didn't see you here today either. Our third Minnesota Masters was held in 1978 at Sunray. Rod Toft beat a guy named Brian Beatty. And Rod Toft is another State Hall of Famer and USBC Hall of Famer, St. Paul Hall of Famer, who just passed away, I believe, about 3 weeks ago. Rod is one who started the Minnesota Loons 10-man team back in the 80s. And Dennis Savoy was one of those guys on that team. When Rod Toft started it, there was a lot of 5-man teams around. He just toured around and bowl a lot of tournaments. St. Paul City, Minneapolis City, the State. There was a tournament in Alex, St. Cloud, Fargo, Hibbing, Fairmont, Rochester. There was a lot of tournaments, and also not the ABC tournament too, not forgetting that one. But he wanted to start a 10-man team because he wanted to have somebody have a doubles partner on the same team instead of they would go with 5 other guys and they would just fight the extra person on the other team. But it wasn't really part of the team. So Rod started the 10-man tournament team in the early 80s called the Minnesota Loons. And they're very successful, obviously, nationally wise. George Peterson, Rod Toft, Denny and Terry Schott, and Todd Savoy in '84 won. They all have 4 Eagles, winning team and team all events. I don't remember '84. I believe they won team and team all events. '85, it might have just been team, and '88 was a team all event, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but dominant team back then. Nice shot, John. He's only down by 9 pins with 2 single pin misses. Double here puts him in the lead, puts some pressure back on Tyler, and as you can see, it's not easy. You don't just stand left, throw the ball right, and hit the pocket and strike. Even though I'm watching over on lane 13 and 14, Brady Gustafson, a strike spare 5-bagger. And he's against Aaron Hummerhouse, who's got just opened in the 9th. He's got 138, so Brady's going to win that. Over on lane 5 and 6, Rob Clements against David Pashina. Rob has 3 opens in there, 5-3, a 6-2, and an 8 split. He's got 125 in the 8th. But David Pashina just left a 5 count in the 8th. On a spare, he's got 100 in the 7th, so he's still behind. That's a tougher spare than a 7-pin, but he picked that up. David Pashina just opened. That was a tie. He's got 178, so 18-pin lead after 8th frame for Rob Clements. 9-pin match here with Tyler and John. Brady Gustafson is going to win. We got Pat Hovda against, I believe, Will Manafee. And I can't tell. It's a little bit too far away. That's over on 17 and 18. Tyler leaving another split. This is a little tougher one. 210. And open here, if he gets one of them, gives a 127. That gives John a 5-pin lead in the 8th frame. They're not easy. Getting back, we'll talk about our fourth Minnesota Masters, 1979 at Mermaid Lanes. Paul Erstad beat Roger Blad. Haven't seen Paul for a long time. He's about a 5-time CBA title holder. Roger Blad lives down in Florida now, and I believe he's got 4 or 5 CBA titles also. Get that ball going right too quick. It's just going to skate down there, and if you try to square up, it's going to hook early. The pattern was about 1.7 to 1. And we just re-oiled after the qualifying, too, so that didn't make it any easier. Rob spared the 9th. Rob Clements, that is, so he's going to 165 pace. David Pacina struck in the 9th. He can strike out for 167. Rob got that first one in the 10th. He's guaranteed that mid-160s. Strike here shuts out David. See what John Stabner does. He wants some, little high stuff 9-pin. He wants, for sure, want a good count also. 9-pin should be an easy spare. Like my buddy Brad Subak calls it the $1 million 9-pin. Rob stuffs another one for a double. Get to 170, shuts out David Pacina. He wasn't give him any chances. John got to pick up the single pin. Got 3-pin lead. That might hook by. It didn't, but I don't think he was very sure of himself when he let go. Okay, well, we have a match. And, of course, David's probably going to strike out for that 167. This is, like I mentioned, single game, double elimination. Got that one going right. Little firm. The 7 count. Now he's back on the same count as Tyler. Tyler gets up and double to win. If John spare strike for 168, which needs to pick this up, of course. And a strike would be huge. That would force Tyler to have to double. There's some interesting going on here, Jason.
You'll get everyone's going to get 2 on each. You can still adjust surface up until your match starts. Your opponent cannot. Yep.
Well, you got a bottle of power?
Somewhere.
All right, John needs to get this strike here to get 168 to force Tyler to get a double to beat him.
Housekeeping duties came up.
Yeah, you were gone for a while as I was telling everybody what was going on, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 9 gives him 167.
Yeah, some of the first round matches, are finishing up on the high end. People are coming in for their next match. And they get a little bit of warm up, and the incoming seeds, the top 8 that had the bye, they can still adjust surface up until their first shot for score. Their opponents have already played for scores, so they can't. So kind of getting the rules set up for everybody as well. And
correct. This is pretty interesting here. Tyler just changed to a purple hammer, knowing he needs a first one to win the match. He didn't use that the whole game.
That's interesting.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. And he crosses over and carries the 9-pin back. Now he needs 9 out to tie. But he didn't know what. Look what he was doing in his game. 6, 7, 9, 8, 7. He had no chance. I think I would have stayed with the same ball because I would have had an idea where it was going.
Yeah, pretty risky.
Really risky.
Yeah.
So, what do? You throw that one and the hooks, crosses over, you strike. Are you going to move a little left, a little harder? He could miss a pin right here.
Oh, yeah, easily, especially with that ball.
Yes. And yet he throws a right solid pocket and runs it out. That's
well, interesting.
interesting.
I mean, again, the first one crosses over, like you said. So
right, exactly.
I mean, that's interesting. Interesting to make that ball change in that clutch of a position.
John Staver comes back and says, "Well, I gave him. I made him work, and I'm still having fun."
Yeah, that first shot could have been that right there.
Absolutely.
The 5.9, and it's over.
So 176, 167.
Well, I'm going to go run scores in quick.
Okay. Jason going to do some tournament director work as he has to go get some scores and make sure everybody gets it entered correctly into the computer. I believe now the bowlers who won move on and bowl right away. The bowlers who lost that match get this game, and then they come back in, and then everybody will be bowling. Game 3, all 24 bowlers will be bowling. So we're going to try to move the camera over to 11 and 12. That's the closest match we're going to have. We're also going to have one on 7 and 8, but we'll go over to 11 and 12 right now. The incoming bowlers, or everybody actually, gets 2 practice shots on each lane. I think Jason mentioned that. And the higher seed gets a choice of if he wants to start the match or have the ball in hand to finish it. Josh Kennedy throwing that purple hammer right up around first arrow. I crossed him today. He struggled for that game, and he was struggling for the first 2 or 3 games. Ended up working himself back to only 15 under, making the cut. A couple pair over on 13 and 14. Looks like we have Dave Ullman and Brady Stearns. No, take that back. It's Dave Ullman and Brandon Brown. And it's going to be Brady Stearns, and I can't see who he's going to be bowling against. Hey, there's Henry Trutwin just kind of came over here by the booth. Not now, but you can turn it on. Until Jason comes back.
Yeah, exactly. How do you turn that thing on?
The blue light on? Yeah,
Yep.
all right. So Henry Trutwin just joined me in the booth here, sporting his really nice orange Locker Guy shirt. I like that. Henry made the cut today at 25-something under. And how'd you do your first match?
Well, I was paired up against Jason Craigen. You know, he's always tough on the fresh. He's got, all the surface and tools, right? So I was able to get a late turkey to get myself into the lead. Jason gets up in the ninth frame, goes 4-6-10, converts the 4-6-10, and then goes 9 spare 9 to force me to mark. I wrap a 10 pin and I miss it to lose by 3.
Henry, we discussed this before bowling today, that single pins will kill you. And, of course, when I bowled the same game in the second game, I missed 2 10 pins right in front of Henry, so I can't have anything to say about that. But
Well, the thing, too, was the first frame I go 6-0. So if I pick up 3 pins there, and then also, there's another big split I had, missed additional one.
Yeah.
Pick those up, win by 1.
When you go back home and talk to your high school team that you coach, what are you going to tell them?
I'm going to tell them again, spares matter. Make your spares, kids.
Yep, they do, definitely. So,
Well, you don't have to hook at them. Just go hard and straight. No, not even hard. Just go straight at
just
them.
go straight at them. All you got to do is touch them. You don't have to do anything fancy to knock them over.
So I get a bye now, so I'll sit here for a little bit till Jason gets back. Who are we watching?
We're going to be watching Josh Kennedy and Thomas Cleveland. Thomas was the second seed today, so this is the top 8 coming in now bowling this game, because anybody who lost the first game gets this round bye. And Josh Kennedy, who we were bowling on the same pair, or I was, like game 3, and he really struggled, but he got about 15 under, and he looks like he's throwing the ball pretty well right now.
Yeah, I would say that purple hammer's looking good, and I noticed on my pair way down at the other end there, it was not hooking at all.
Oh.
So that was something new, but Thomas Cleveland, I think he's got something like 360 on that purple hammer. He looked really good in qualifying today.
Well, he qualified second at 103 over. And Jason Hansen just brings me the results.
Oh, I'm going to move for Jason Hansen.
Well, nice talking to Henry. Good luck in the second round. Thanks for stopping in.
Kids make your spares.
We just discussed that before bowling today. Henry and I had a good 5-minute talk about how spares can lose a match early if you're missing some easy spares, and he actually missed one late to lose, but he knows better.
Well, here's the kicker too. If I win that match, I go against Brady Stearns. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, who are you going to get now? I'll tell you who you might get. Maybe not. It's on the other sheet, and I don't have it right here. But we'll tell you all the scores of who won the matches. So we only talked about the ones that were right here. We had mentioned Rob Clements beat David Pacino 173, 166. You saw the Tyler Krakowski and John Stabner match 176, 167. Brady Gustafson over Aaron Hummerkaus 234, 143. Will Matafee over Pat Hubda 248, 223. William Jones lost to Josh Kennedy 279 to 210. So I tell you that Josh is all lined up. Brandon Brown 193 over John Blaha 182. Jason Craigen 189, 186 over Henry Trutwin, and Mike Upton beat Mike Bigler 182 to 163. Uh-oh.
And then I know you were reading out the scores. You didn't see it, but Thomas Cleveland threw a pretty good shot left for 7 pins. I got about 45 degrees and stood back up.
And he barely picked that up, too, because he's not sure if he throws the ball straight at it. I mean, if he throws the urethane at that. Yeah, I think he did.
No, he threw his plastic.
It's plastic. I meant plastic. Urethane to me is like plastic. Jason, I didn't realize that Josh Kennedy had 279 his first game. And he starts out with a double here, and he's all locked in. And earlier today, he was ready to go home. He was so bad. Oh, wow.
Huh, that's not his fault.
It's not his fault. So that was impressive, Henry.
Yeah, that's Brandon Pryor on the right side.
Exactly, yes. Right. Except it's a purple instead of a pink.
Yep.
Yeah. What do we got going here? Jason Craigen's bowling who right now? Brady Stearns. Yeah, you're right. You would have been bowling him. I mentioned we have Dave Olin bowling against Brandon Brown. And then we got Matt Payne bowling against Mike Upton.
Do we get 2 shots?
You get 2 shots on each lane every game, and the higher seed always gets a choice.
Oh, good. At least I won't be super cold then.
Exactly. Oh,
Pin in the gutter.
the 4, 9, 10 and a half.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Standing up. You're supposed to knock him over, so if it's standing up, does that mean it's got to be off the lane?
It's got to be off.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be down, it's just got to be off the lane. If I'm Josh, I'm going for 1 here. You don't want to take a chance of throwing away 2 pins by trying to go for it. The chances of picking up are pretty slim. So you kind of half went for it, half got single pin.
I assume you let everybody at home know Dawson Peterson's great finish that he had today?
I didn't. I talked about it earlier, but let's bring it up again.
Yeah, I mean, not very often that on is something this difficult that somebody reaches perfection, but it was later in the day too when they had he caught a pair that, opened up for his game. But yeah, a nice 300 to finish off the day and take over the high qualifier honors as well.
Exactly, and I mentioned it earlier. I told him I gave him the plaque for qualifying leader and the $50 that I sponsor this tournament because I've been involved in this for 40 of the 45 years that this tournament's been going. So I still want it. I still feel it's kind of like mine.
Yeah.
I want to keep it going, so I do that. As we just saw Thomas Cleveland leave just a kind of a solid 7-10 there, whatever, and he left that rip 7 or whatever last frame, right? You talked about the pair that Dawson Peterson had 300 on, so it was easy. Well, Henry Trutman finished on that pair too, 230 some.
Oh, it was easy then.
So I thought it must have been. I didn't get that pair. Well, I might have, but let's not talk about that.
That's the only reason why I made the cut.
I mentioned that Henry's sporting the bright orange locker guy.
He is.
Yep. That's what I thought. And if I'd known you were coming, I would have worn mine. Or that same one, that is.
Oh, once a year I'll be out here.
Well, once is better than none.
Maybe June, July, August.
Well, Henry's going out of town for 2 weeks or 11 days in Montana for work. So he had a weekend free, decided to come here.
Oh, I like it.
Nice cover by Thomas. So he leaves a light 7 and a 7-10. And then what do? You try to get up to the pocket more and you leave a 3-6-10. I know the last shot in his right lane by Josh threw it out further than he wanted to.
Yes, he did.
But does that give you a sense that you have more room and you throw it out there this time, or was it just a mistake?
Well, I mean, it was a mistake, but it probably lets you loosen up a little bit knowing that you have a little bit of room that way, so that if you do end up missing there, you're not overly scared it's going to, be a catastrophe. Yeah.
Well, he threw that one nice for a strike.
They got 2 completely different surfaces on the lamp.
I didn't notice that.
Josh is a little shinier, Tom Cleveland's more charcoal. That's why he probably swinged it.
Well, being that Thomas is a two-hander, you'd think he has more revs than Josh, even though Josh is high up there. But yes, it's a different rev rate. Comes out of the ball pretty nice, though.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
Yes.
Josh definitely has one of the better, softer releases throughout the, I'd say the CBA, let's say all-star players and that. I mean, like a Brady also has a really, really nice soft release, you know. He can be really nice to it at the bottom, but Josh is one of those too where he can get a lot on it, and it's very effortless looking. At least he's very free with it.
He really is. He comes really quickly right up behind the ball. Roger. Who are these people? Roger, first of all, before I tell you who all these people are, I just got done mentioning a little bit ago, I was reading off the past champions and runners-up of this tournament, and I read the fourth tournament ever, 1979, at Mermaid Lanes. You were the runner-up to Paul Airstead, who won that tournament. And I said, I don't know where Paul Airstead is now, but I know where Roger is, and he's down in Florida enjoying the good life.
The nice weather.
Roger, when he moved, he was selling a jukebox, and I bought the jukebox from him. So it's down in my basement, and just the other day, I was changing out about 10, 12 CDs to mine because you gave me with all these country song or country CDs, whatever, country music stuff I didn't care for, but it was a big hit at our Christmas again. Everybody playing different music down there.
Nice.
It was nice. So Roger, yeah, you haven't been around for a while, but you know Ron Cleveland. Thomas is Ron's son, and who's gotten really good these last couple of years. He's been one of the most improved we've had here.
Big time, yeah.
He was a second qualifier. Josh Kennedy, who's bowled, I think, about 5-6 years now, maybe 4 or 5 years. Former Rookie of the Year. I was unfortunate enough when he bowled his first CBA down at Farmington. I was on his same pair, and he made the cut for the first time. Bowls. Somebody told me that there's really not anybody besides maybe Brady Stearns that practices more than Josh.
Yeah, I don't know that Brady practices more nowadays either, but he does, and I know for a fact Josh is very, very diligent about practice. He puts a lot of reps in.
Well, he works at Blamebrook.
Yep.
And bowls there all the time.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, wait. Yeah, he gets 2.
2 on each, all the way through.
That's right, because of the new John.
I thought we were
Yeah,
going
we
to
implemented
do that.
Yeah, going forward. Yep.
Let's see, going down a pair. David Ullman against Brandon Brown. Looks like Davey's got 60 in the third, Dutch going. He's got a spare up in the fourth, up on lane, up on the fifth frame, and Brandon's got 78 in the fourth, spare up in the fifth. So when Davey strikes here, he'll have a 2-pin lead, if he strikes, that is. And he carried out the 4-7-10.
Not his fault.
No. The 5 count on a turkey is not the best thing you want to do there, Josh. You probably see Davey Ullman carry that stuff a lot, being that you're his teammate on the Locker Guy team.
Yes. Yeah, he's got the Owatonna carry.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Owatonna carry. Roger, what book you talking about? You talking about the book for the jukebox?
Oh.
I don't really need it if that's what you're talking about. Okay, 165 on the 8th for Josh with that open.
So I see you have the string pin sitting here.
Yes.
And when I know we're at a point where I'm not going to have to run in for anything in the check-in room, score-wise, we can go over my experience of 6 games. Yeah.
You just bowled at Litchfield.
Yep.
Litchfield Lanes or
Yeah, Litchfield Bowling Center, I think is what it is. Yeah.
And they had string pins, and Jason just bowled 6 games there. So we're going to discuss that. And I got the pin here that Sheldon from Park Tavern, as I said, gave to me last year, so we can discuss that.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting experience. There's a lot of nuances about it that are obviously different from free fall, but I don't know that I necessarily don't like. I mean, there were a lot of things that happened that I thought were just different, but it didn't mean that it was bad.
I bowled on him once a year ago, like I mentioned, but the pattern wasn't there. It was on a New Year's Day, and so the ball really never reacted for me. So I didn't. But the ones at Park Tavern are not USBC certified.
Right.
The first ones out there. So
Yep.
the ones you bowled on are probably the Cubica ones that are.
They are.
So.
Yep, they are the certified Cubica ones. And the guy, Don, out there, he brought us in the back, let us watch a little bit of the operation of it, which to me was also pretty cool to see, because the back side of the string pin machine is maybe a third of the size of the back end of a free fall machine.
Okay.
There's can't be more than maybe 2 feet before it hits the curtain, and there's really nothing behind the curtain that has any effect on anything because the pins never make it past the pin deck, basically.
Good point.
You don't get any ball calls, really, unless it's young kids that can't get it down the lane. But otherwise, everything's gravity fed into the door for the balls, and there's no pins to go in those doors and get in the way.
I was just going to say, and plus, they're never pin off spot.
Yeah, never.
Because they come up. Up into the thing when the strings hold them up and then puts it right back down on the spot instead of going through in the back and around and get stuck there. So
zero deadwood.
Correct. It seems like it's a really good thing moving forward.
Yeah, and I guess we're not super busy now, so I mean one of the biggest things that I saw was every half pocket shot that I had that would have been a dead 10 anywhere struck. The 6 just went right back into the 10. Didn't even go into the gutter. It just went right back into the 10 and just took it right out. When I got a little more angle at it and actually threw what I felt was a better shot, that left a dead 10. And it wasn't like that would have left a rip 10, if you will, right, or a flush 10 kind of up and around with the 6 pin. And this couldn't go up and around. This just went sideways and then laid down in the gutter. So the shots that I thought were really good right away left me a dead half 10. Okay. And every half 10 I thought I was going to leave on a bad shot carried.
Yeah, well, is that what kind of pattern? Was it a house shot?
House shot.
So that's different than something we bowl on here today. I did hear, and I brought this up before, we were talking about it, Matt McNeil told me that, if you leave a washout, and you hit the head pin around the 10, he says that won't happen because the string will hit the 10.
Yeah, string will take it.
If it goes onto the wall. So you miss it. You should miss it. But that'd be the only downfall I see.
Yeah. Yep. Every light shot struck. And I leave a lot of light 7s at Southway. A lot of people have given the moniker the Southway 7 even. It seems like you hit them light there, and they just don't want to go all the way over to the 7. They kind of congregate about the 4 pin, and they never get there. This one, every light one, and they just toppled. It wasn't like one went over there quick and was like a messenger like heading off. They just toppled over there when you were light.
And am I correct in saying that each pin, the string is a different length?
Yeah.
They're tied to different lengths because I'm not sure the reason why, but I thought they were all different lengths.
And it was all easily adjustable. Like from the front counter even, you can adjust the length of them. So if they aren't setting down hard enough, you can even make that adjustment at the counter.
Oh, well, that's good to know. I know so the pin, we have one here. It has about a 1/4 inch hole in the top, and then it's about a 1/2 inch on the side. So you run the string down through the top, comes out the side, then you tie this knot. I can't remember what they call it. There's a certain knot, type of knot that they call it, whatever name for it, and it goes back into the pin halfway, and so then that keeps it obviously if you tie the knot correctly, and it's going to be tight inside there, so it doesn't loosen up. I don't think.
Right.
So, and this is the edge string. I don't know what other names of the pins or whatever that they make.
I can't think of what the Cubica models are.
I do know that our buddy Scott Sodergren was in Guam. It took him about 3 weeks. There's about 8, 9 guys or 7. I'm not sure how many. They put in all new lanes, machines, gutters, everything, all the way back to the scoring, and they use a string pin machine. So he got to help install them. He didn't bowl. He threw like 4 shots. As only just to make sure that they were working. So I didn't get the bowl on him. I asked him that. Josh Kennedy just took care of Thomas Cleveland, 205 to 179. And a pair over, Davey Ullman and Brandon Brown. Brandon got that 4-bagger now going up into the 10th, but Davey just picked up a split. He's up on the left lane in the 10th frame. He's going to have 217, and he did strike for that, so he still got that in his bag, and Brandon is at a 220-something pace.
Yeah, he can max 248, so
he's forced him to spare anyway, which right before you got back here, Henry came into the booth to give me a description of how he lost his match. His first frame, he went 6-0. And then he got along the way, and Jason Craigen picked up a 4-6-7 or something like that, or 4-7-10, whatever, something. And then, I can't remember what he did, but forced Henry to mark in the 10th frame, and we're up to 10 and missed it. So, and we talked about it all day.
Well, we say it all the time when you get on patterns like this, and this is only on some of these pairs. This is their first game. We had a re-oil. They always get tighter after the re-oil than what they were, in the first set or qualifying. And we always say, spares are important. And Henry said it walking away. Make your spares, kids.
Well,
but it's the utmost importance on these patterns.
He was telling me that his high school team that he coaches, and they're saying, don't need spares if you strike. Well, but you're not going to strike for 14 games in their Baker matches or whatever, so you got to pick up those spares along the way. Easier said than done when on a pattern this tough. Two reasons. One is just that the pattern is a little bit tougher, and you're leaving so many. It's hard to bowl loosely because the pattern's not easy. So you're thinking about, I got to try to carry that 10 next time instead of just focusing on that 10 pin, that particular shot.
Well, that's where the really good players' mental focus comes into play. And they don't allow themselves, the one shot at a time analogy or whatever, right? They don't allow themselves to think about the end of the game, what I could still get, what that means in the match. They're focused on just the task at hand, the one shot at hand.
Exactly. Speaking of, guys who focus one shot at a time, Chad Nelson just chimed in to watch. And Terry Schott telling Roger Blad that it would have killed him today.
I think Roger would have killed him today for sure. Yeah.
He might have killed himself. Only because earlier you had to be like right straight up the gutter. Somebody would have killed him is Terry Schott.
Yeah.
Right up there. Early especially.
That was too bad to not have you here, Chad, if you're watching and listening. I know you had family.
Merry Christmas, Chad.
Family Christmas plans and that, but of course when you're only too shy of taking an extra 8 people into match play, it's you always look at the regulars and go, well, where were they?
Sam Lanta was going to come, but he didn't make it.
Yeah.
He didn't make it.
I didn't see Lucas Hersrud today, did I?
No,
I don't believe. And he had signed up ahead of time. Zach, I knew, was not going to make it. I believe he was out of state.
I think
Florida, something like that.
I knew they were out for vacation.
Yeah,
Florida.
but Lucas had signed up, so I was surprised to not see him either, I guess.
All right, so that round, they were all the winners of the first match and the top 8, so they came in. So now all 24 bowlers will be bowling this game, and we will be losing 8 people or 4 people.
First bit goes 8 people out.
I think so.
It does, but some could be 1 and 2, I believe. I just did this for the CBA Masters.
We just did this like 3 weeks ago, Jason.
Yeah.
The same place.
And the top 24 again there as well.
I believe.
Could have swore.
I think 4 are just out.
Is it just? Well, now I'm going to go look.
You don't really have to. Get 2 on each. Every match, and the higher seeded bowler gets a choice who starts every match. Right. We're going 2 on each. Some old guys here need practice. I'm going to move the camera over here to 9 and 10. We have Davey Ullman and John Stabner here on 9 and 10, and over on 7A we got David Pashina and Thomas Cleveland. And it looks like on 13 and 14, Mike Upton, probably Will Matafee, I believe. I think they are tighter, Bo, because they oiled over the pattern where the first one was oiled over the house shot, previous one. So I would bet they're a little bit tighter, and they were tight enough for me early, especially.
So those 8 all go out in the same spot, but there are 4 that are 0 and 2 and 4 that are 1 and 2.
Yeah, right. And then we go by average to determine.
Yeah, but I mean,
This is,
they go out in the same round because of the bye bit. Like they could win their first match.
And then lose 2 in a row.
Lose 2
Yeah, that's
that
right.
Seated in the bye.
That's true.
Go down and lose.
It shouldn't be as tough as I'm thinking it is.
No, but I was like, I knew there was.
Yeah.
It was split evenly. The
Yeah.
0 and 2s and
Well,
1 and 2s.
Originally, I thought we were losing 8, but then I thought, well, that's too many quickly. I
Yeah.
don't go out too soon. But
But they
that's
do
right.
go out in the same
This
round.
is it's the third round.
Yeah.
Some will bowl 2 games, some will bowl 3 games.
Yep.
Yeah.
Had the one match in between.
Right.
You know, we said so.
Some people would complain.
He didn't mind.
No. So what people have to do now we give them 2 practice shots on each lane. These bowlers have to back erase the scores. But most bowlers know how to. They figured out quickly how to do that, so they do it themselves. Way back in the olden days, it was a lot easier when you just kept scoring by hand.
Yeah, when it was just
it is.
paper.
Didn't have to worry about it.
Or the telescore or the.
So I'd already given you the top, the first 4 Minnesota Masters. We're getting to the 5th one, and it's kind of funny. Mike Hatton come up to me today. He's looking at the list that I have. We had these sheets out throughout the house today, and people could look at all the champions and the runner-up. And he said, "What's this Schaefer's Imperial?" He goes, "I've never heard of that." Well, Pete Schaefer is the guy who started the Minnesota Masters in 1976. He ran it for 5 years through 1980. So the 5th one in 1980 was at a place called Schaefer's Imperial Lanes. And it was in Hilltop, which is just right next to Columbia Heights. And Pete Schaefer bought the place. It used to be called North Bolero way back. Pete Schaefer, he was a mailman by trade, and he bought the bowling center, and he lived in New Brighton on a street that was called Imperial Lane. So he called it Schaefer's Imperial Lanes. It was a kind of a really cool thing. So that was 1980. That was the 5th Minnesota Masters, and Dick Sternberg beat Terry Schroeder. Dick Sternberg was a really good bowler back in the day, in the early 70s for sure. And Terry Schroeder was one of my first teammates when we started our Laker team back in 86. And then from 81 through 84, there was not a tournament. Pete Schaefer didn't have it. I don't know why he didn't. But in 85, Pete decided to start up the tournament again. And it was still a 2-day thing where we had 4 games of qualifying at Spectrum, which was in Maple Grove, and 4 games of qualifying at Park Place, which was in Brooklyn Park. And then on Sunday, you came back and you bowled a double elimination. Single game. So you come back, you could only bowl 2 games and go back home on a Sunday morning. But that was my first Minnesota Masters I bowled. And I was runner-up to Bruce Smith.
Bubba.
That was one of my better tournaments, obviously. Anytime you're runner-up, it's still pretty good, but they call it the first loser.
Yep, they do. But it is a good tournament still.
It was a good tournament.
Yep.
I said at that time, I still remember it. I beat two of the 3 tallest guys in bowling in Jeff Crystal and Wayne Hathaway, but I couldn't beat Bruce Smith. These 2 tall guys. I needed somebody shorter, maybe. And then after that, the 7th one, Pete Safer decided to give it up, and Al Larson was going to take over the tournament, and he asked me to help him run it. So that was the 7th one. It was in 1986 at Royal Downs, it's in Woodbury. It is now a health clinic or something like
Alina
that.
Hospital
yeah.
bit. Yep.
And Bruce Smith won again for back-to-back tournaments. He beat a guy named Rick Taylor. So that was the 7th. So I bowled the 6th one. I also bowled the 7th one, but I started helping out in the 7th tournament. So I've been involved in bowling or running it and helping in 40 of the 45 tournaments.
Wow, nice.
It's one that I really enjoy. It's always this time of year. It's always a good turnout. And what I do now is I buy the plaques for the first place runner-up and the qualifying leader. So in Dawson Peterson, we mentioned, was the qualifying leader today. Plus, he got the extra $50 to donate, which is what I like to do. And I try to tell everybody when you get in a position later on in life, give back to the game that's helped you so much. So that's why I do that. As we watch John stick at the line and cross over and leave a 6-pin. The 8th Minnesota Masters, 1987, was held at Texatoka Lanes, and Verge Anger beat Jeff Crystal.
Verge.
Battle of the lefties there.
I bowled with Verge's son at St. Cloud State.
Really? Okay.
Actually, he was gone before I got to state. He bowled JCBAs, though, when I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Verge Anger, one of the original CBA Hall of Famers. The 9th one, we went to Saxon, 1988. Chuck Vashaw beat Brian Berg. And I remember that match really well because they were going back and forth. A couple other tournaments, CBA-wise, and other ones, they were still battling it out. They ended up battling it out for first, and Chuck beat Brian. 10th one is also held at Saxon. We actually went to Saxon quite a few times. It kind of was the home of it for a while. Rich Warren beat Dwayne McBennis.
Oh, Nate's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back then, we had a raffle all the time. We would sell raffle tickets. We would give away all kinds of different things, and you had to be around to win that. And so I can't tell you, and some of it was an airline trip to a USBC tournament or something like that. And man, the people would stay around and cheering and whatever because they buy these raffles. And you had to be there to win, and the house liked it, and it was big at that time. We were getting one year. I know I'll get to it, but it was at Dracula's one year. We limited it to 128 bowlers because there were 32 lanes, and we filled it up one year. We were on a waiting list.
Yeah.
But I was telling Hatton today, Mike Hatton, who brought it up to me. Back then, we had the Masters. Minnesota Masters, St. Paul Masters, and the CBA. Those are the only tournaments. There weren't small ones. There weren't the ABT. It wasn't a Hatton's tournament. It wasn't the Brunswick
Sweeper Tour.
tournament.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Everybody bowled either the Masters or CBA. Davey Ullman starts out with the front 4. Over in the left lane, Thomas Cleveland going for a 5-bagger for the front 5. He's got lives a half 10, but Dave Machina with 52 in the 4th. It's not insurmountable lead, but it's right up there.
Yeah, you don't want to get behind by that much for somebody that knows how to string strikes.
Exactly. All right.
And Thomas can do that.
There's another thing in there people talk about. Thomas starts out really well, and all of a sudden David Pacino he's got nothing to lose because he's way behind. All of a sudden he just gets loose, throws it. Thomas misses a 10-pin, which he just did. And then all of a sudden you're down to like 20 pins, and the guy puts pressure on him.
Right.
or you put the pressure on yourself, technically. Okay, where were we at here? So the 11th Minnesota Masters 1990, right here at Southtown Lanes. Chuck Leone beat Ron Nelson. That was, I remember that one well too. That was another really good match. Oh, and then the 7-10 for David, which just to try to get back into it. 12th Minnesota Masters 1991, we go to Saxon again. Brian Berg atoned for his second place runner-up finish a couple years before, beating Dave Hoppenrath, Chuck Vashaw's left-handed doubles partner. And then the 13th, come back here to Southtown, 1992, David Langer bested Todd Savoy for that Minnesota Masters title in 1992, right here at Southtown again.
That Langer name, it sounds familiar in this tournament.
Yes, if we added up all the tournament champions of all the Masters, he's got more Masters titles than anybody. And I'll get to it. Well, let me count them right now. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 5 Minnesota Masters titles, which is more than anybody. But he's also won the St. Paul Masters, won the Minneapolis Masters.
Yep.
I don't think he's won a senior Masters yet because he really hasn't bowled enough of them. I don't think he's won. He's won some MSCs, of course. So.
Right.
So that was the 13th. So the 14th, 1993, I mentioned we went to Draculas and we had a full field where Rob Shaver beat none other than Jerry Ernster.
Oh, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry Ernster, I believe, was like the first real coach of bowling around here, where he took video of people.
Yep.
VHS video.
Yep. Yeah, Jerry spent a lot of time at Midway.
Correct.
And coached out of there. And so I was fortunate to get some knowledge from him over the years as well when he was down there. But yeah, he was always fun to talk to. He was quite a character.
That he was, yes. Passed away way too young.
Yes. Yep.
His son, Mike, is the spokesman for the St. Paul Police.
Yeah.
See him on television all the time, unfortunately, when there's always a shooting or
something. When there's something bad, you see him.
That's unfortunate. As we watched Thomas Cleveland strike right there, a solid strike, and Davey Ullman's got the front 6 over on 9 and 10. So after about, when he gets to the 10th frame, we'll turn our camera back. Have we had a 300 on our TV camera pair ever?
Brent Newman won that CBA title with, I believe we were live streaming that.
Okay, I knew he did. He beat David Langer.
Yep, beat Lump.
I'm not even sure if Langer was in the building when Brent Newman struck out for that 300.
I think Lump was halfway to Flaherty's by then.
He had to go to work.
Yeah. He was well out of the building, parking lot, the city. Yeah.
Yeah, Brent Newman at the only 300 game in a championship match.
Yep.
Talked about the first 300 in the stepladder. Years ago we talked about it. You mentioned Jerry Haldorf, who was here today. Back in 1990, might have been 5, 6, 7 or something like that. We had an insurance policy where anybody had 300 in the stepladder finals would win $5,000. I can't remember what the insurance policy cost us. Chuck Leone got it all set up. The second tournament we have ever, we're in Eau Claire. Jerry Haldorf shoots 300 in a stepladder match. It's only like the second or third match, not even championship.
Yeah.
For $5,000. We never got another insurance policy. The highest scoring match, I believe, was 300 to 279, and it was Brad Larson against somebody I don't remember. It was up at Duluth at I think Country Lanes.
I always liked that place.
Country Lanes
North.
Oh,
yeah. Yep. Always bowled well there. Just kind of felt comfortable going in the building.
That was a nice place. Run really great run place by the Carlsons. Scott Carlson and his brother Dale, but the dad, I can't remember the dad's name, who owned it to start with. I got to know him pretty well because we'd have CBAs up there, and Todd Savoy always talked highly of the Carlsons.
Sure.
And unfortunately, Scott Carlson's wife, I think her name was Marie, passed away a couple, 2-3 years ago, I think. So only early 50s. That was too bad.
Sure.
See the ball going down on lane 10 off the right of your screen. That's Davey Ullman for a solid strike for this front 7.
Front 7.
I think David Pacino is going through the motions, wants to go home.
I'm going to agree with you there. He looks pretty unenthused in the match, to be honest.
Exactly.
And, I mean, let's be real. Even though Thomas has missed 2 single pins on him, David put up most of a phone number in the middle of that game. And the 636-831-8063 is, or 8263 is.
It's like phone numbers.
Yep.
Snapped out the 10 for Davey Ullman. We might be changing over to.
Yeah, we'll switch over when he gets back up.
We'll certainly do that.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think David knows his day is probably coming to an end here.
Bruce, you're right. Bubba, Bruce V-Rat, by the way. Bubba, which is Bruce Smith, was always up there in the Masters. He actually has 3 Minnesota Masters titles, did win a St. Paul Masters and maybe a Minneapolis Masters too. I'll check that out. I am in the process of getting the champions and the runner-up for all Masters tournaments, whether it's the Minnesota, obviously, what I have, the Minneapolis, which I have because I was running that for quite a while, the Minneapolis Senior Masters, which I was running for a while, and the Minnesota Senior Masters, which Jason, you still run, so we got all those champions. I'm trying to get for the Twin City Masters now and the Twin City Senior Masters. We're just starting those because of Minneapolis St. Paul merging together.
Yeah, combining, yeah.
And then the St. Paul Masters, we should have those records somewhere in the St. Paul. If Matt Lane was around, we certainly would have them. So. Oh, Dana Wright just tells me that Mike Ernster just retired.
Oh, good for Mike. Well, hopefully under normal circumstances and by choice. But yeah, good for him if so.
He, every time I saw him on TV, he looks just like his dad.
Yes, he did.
That was, I don't know if he liked that one or not.
I don't think he did too much, but it sure sat nicely there.
He didn't give it away.
No.
All right, Thomas Cleveland picked up a 10 pin. They're all clapping for him over there.
Well, he conquered the single pin demon.
He did.
He picked one up.
And David Pacino is going to be up on lane 8. He's in no hurry because he's going to stay out of Davey Ullman's way. I noticed some bowlers are a lot slower than others that stand at the approach for a long time. And Davey's not one of them. He's not the one I'm talking about.
No.
He just shoveled that right out there. Knock it over. I think he got it in a little bit, but
yeah, you saw him giving the little push motion, trying to keep it to the right.
He does stay behind the ball, really nice. Lets the ball do the work. I talk about this. Sam Lanto always told me about that. Let the ball do the work.
Yeah.
Just let it happen. No, I got to fit it in there and fling it down the lane.
I can wrench it, I can fit it, I can sling it.
Yeah.
That's still a solid game, 279.
And John might have 230.
Yeah, that's a good showing by John because really his last game wasn't bad either. He, put up a bit of a fight, but
probably
right.
This is going to be easy strike for Dave because
it's a given.
It's just a given right there in the count ball. 278 is one hell of a game. They're not that easy, folks. They're just not.
Hey, zip over here. We haven't seen anything out of Brady Stearns yet today, so here's Brady going for his first double of this match.
Yeah, we really haven't talked about him much, and yet he was the number 3 qualifier.
Yeah, right.
Only at 93 over.
Well, and looking at this, I just remember from reading through it earlier. So he was 13, 27, 28. He was 19 over, and then after game 5, 43, 34. He would have been 20-some under after game 5.
Oh, yeah, I see that
Right?
now.
So I was like, oh boy, Brady's going the wrong way when I was typing scores in. Then he goes 262, 246, and gains a quick 100 back.
Exactly.
And that was smooth sailing from there. Little 209 to finish. And
Got 717 his last 3 to get up there.
yep.
See, I had 517. That's why I didn't make it my last 3. I might have had more than that, but not a lot more.
But not a lot more.
Oh.
Yeah, so he did a lot of work after. I mean, I'm sure he knew the scores were going to be negative to make the cut. So even when he was minus 20, it wasn't like he was sweating.
No.
But he just turns the gas on and gains 100 back.
You know, he can do that. He's done it more times than not.
Yeah.
And that's where not looking ahead really. Just I just still need to. I need to throw the ball better. He might strike. I didn't throw it well. I did. He just trying to throw the ball good all the time. Pick up his spares.
Yep.
I keep saying pick up your spares because that's obviously very key when they're this tough. Maybe on some easier house shots, you can get away with it when you have. Would you tell me some pro bowler said
Yeah.
8 strikes a game is 220 or something?
The Nick Pate adage.
Yeah.
8 strikes a game is 220. I was giving him some guff about not picking up spares and having it kind of be one of the weaker points of his game, or at least at that time it was. And anyways, he came back with 8 strikes a game is 220, and I said, well, what happens when you can't strike 8 times a game?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
On a PBA tour, man, even if you strike 8 times a game, you better pick up those spares. If you're striking 8 times, somebody else is, and they're sparing.
right.
It's, probably tongue-in-cheek when you said that. Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
I think it was a pretty firm belief.
Yeah. I got down to, we were talking about Jerry Ernster, who was second back, and he lost to Rob Shavers. So our 15th one, we went to New Hope, 1994. This is the 15th Minnesota Masters. Bruce Smith, again, for his 3rd title, beat Jack Wallish. Jack's another really good St. Paul bowler, St. Paul Hall of Famer. Got about 5 CBA titles, I believe, also. He passed away about 2-3 years ago. And then we go to Midway Pro Bowl in 1995. Jason, did you ever bowl Minnesota Masters back then?
Yeah, I didn't win.
Well, no, Bruce Forsland won. He beat Gary Arson.
I would have bet that I might have bowled that. It would have been around that time that I was starting to bowl again, and that,
So,
But yeah, Gary made a good appearance there.
Gary's got a few second place finishes in tournaments, and
Top seed gets a choice. Oh, yeah. We got a tie.
we have a tie.
Might have.
Okay, we have the possibility of a tie. Good tournament, John Stabner.
Great bowling.
He ran into a buzzsaw shooting 278 there. Let's go back to our Minnesota Masters champions. 1996, 17th annual at Village North. John Emmers beat none other than Mike Schmid at Mike's Pro Shop, who we buy the plaques from. He just bowled Friday night at Flaherty's, and he had 720, 83 years young he is. The 18th, we went to Flaherty's, speaking of that, and Larry Thompson beat Scott Sodergren for the championship of that one. And then the 19th Minnesota Masters, we go to Village North, back there again, and none other than Gary Green beat Ken Martin. And 1999 for the 20th Minnesota Masters, we go back to Draculas. Pat Humphrey beat Bruce Smith. One of the few times that when Bruce got to that championship where he did not win. So that was 3 firsts and 1 second for Bruce Smith out of the first 20 Minnesota Masters tournaments. Other than that, we did not have a 2-time titleist of those first 20. Besides Bruce winning 3 of them. We'll watch this match here. Looks like Brady with 177 is going to lose this match. Oh, it's not going to matter, but not what he wanted to do there. Doesn't matter what, he's got 182. But I think Brady would like to have that 8th and 9th frames over with 5-2, 8-1 splits. That didn't help him at all. Dawson Peterson, he's over on a couple pairs over there, bowling against Zach Mitchell, it looks like. Do we have a tie over there, Jason, or not? Okay. We had the possibility of a tie, and that would have been a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, and the higher seed would have gotten a choice would he wanted to start or finish that one.
Yeah, William Jones missed a 10-pin, and that allowed, now I forgot who it was that he was bowling against, but it allowed his opponent past him, so there was that chance, but he kind of let it go. Bryce Keikel is going to advance, too, pretty handily, it looks like.
Okay.
In his match down there. Just looked at a few while I was down there.
When we say down there, we're sitting by 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Yeah.
12, and some of the matches are from 27, 8 all the way up to 34.
Last pair, yeah, we're using as 33, 34, so
And we're keeping
that's
these
about to whittle.
here.
Yeah, it's about to whittle down this way here fairly soon now.
We want the championship stuff to be on our TV pairs.
Yeah, we tried to make sure there was a match per round at least to watch on the TV pairs. But for the most part, yeah, we try and keep them a little fresh so that we can make it kind of home for the quarterfinal, semifinal,
And
all that.
give the house a chance to have open bowling on the
high end. Yeah. Yep.
Well, let's get back.
I'm going to go see if I can get caught up in there with through this round and get printouts for us.
Oh, yeah. The crack staff here needs your help, Jason. Not that it can't do without you. You just oversee it. Steve Bones here helping us get scores also. Made this nice big board. Are you able to use it? Yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure. Jason said somebody made it for 32 bowlers, but we only had 24 making the cut.
Top 8 get a bye. That's easy.
Yeah.
The lanes we wrote them in pencil.
We better.
We would have a breakdown somewhere.
I'm going to shut off the mic here for a while because we can't really see anybody bowling. We'll be back when we get to the next game, and we'll have another match or two on our pairs. All right, we're back.
So is this our trophy for this year?
Yes, that's what you get.
I like it. That's cool.
You get a string pin.
No.
Can I get the cable for it too so I can hang it up?
Yeah.
Go buy a parachute, same cables.
Exactly right. Yeah. Okay, we got the updates. We just got back here. We'll tell you who's been winning, who's losing, who's in the winners bracket all the way. So, who we got now? We have Dawson Peterson. Imagine that. Against Brandon Cryer. Imagine that. Of the undefeated. Right here in front of us. Actually, we're going to be watching him on 9 and 10. And whoever wins that match will be guaranteed in the finals.
Yeah.
No, take that
No,
back.
no, because
two
you've
matches.
got Brandon and
Yeah,
Craigen
I
as
got
well.
ahead of myself.
Yeah. So Brandon Brown, Jason Craigen also on 7 and 8. So our TV pair right now has got the two undefeated matches.
Well, we have to move them over to.
On let's not watch this losers bracket.
So we had 9 and 10. We're watching 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll see 11 and 12 also.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Dawson Peterson against Brandon Cryer, and then Brandon Brown against Jason Craigen. Those are the 4 undefeated bowlers right now. Then, the match we're going to have, let's see. This came off on a couple different sheets of paper here. So
Yep.
we got Thomas Cleveland's going to be bowling Davey Ullman on 15 and 16. Aaron Humrickhouse will be bowling Will Matafee on 19 and 20. Rob Clements and Tyler Krakowski on 11 and 12. You can kind of see them off to the right. Brady Gustafson and Bryce Kiko over on 3 and 4. And the
that's
match
what
we
we
got
got.
going because we got 8 people are out now after they've lost 2 matches.
Yep.
Sometimes they were 0 and 2, sometimes they were 1 and 2.
Either
As we
way,
discussed.
they're out.
They're out because it's called double elimination for a reason. You're down into that losers bracket or the non-winners or whatever we figured we are going to say that.
Well, I defer to my sheet where it says L17 for the bracket. I believe that stands for loser bracket 17.
Yes.
Yep.
You're right. So the L does stand for loser, not non-winner.
Yep.
Henry Trutwin standing right next to me. They're waiting for me to ask him how he did that match.
He's one of those that has the 2 at the end of their score.
Yeah. What happened?
Their record. 1 and 2 or 0 and 2? 0 and 2.
Let me look at the score, and then you're going to tell me how you got there. Maybe not. 160 I see that you had.
Yeah, Brady had 2 strikes in a row and spared it out.
Okay. 198 he had.
I did not.
You did not.
I didn't have a turkey for 160.
Wow. I want to talk to that high school team of yours. next time I see them.
Well, there you got a little glimpse of Brandon, too. He's the other undefeated match is Brandon and Craigen. Brandon Brown, that is, and Craigen. So they're on 7 and 8 just to the left. You see he left that 2-4-10.
Brandon Brown, a little bit of an unorthodox approach.
A little bit, yeah.
Gets it done. I've seen him shoot some big scores.
I think even just his last match was a pretty good. Didn't he have a pretty good game? His last, well, I guess it was only 2-0.
That's a pretty good game.
But he had 230 the game before that. So on this, that's a nice little cruising pace he's got going.
Exactly, yeah. So who's bowling the best right now, and who would you think is the favorite? Well, I guess it's easy to say one of these 4 will be getting through and being the favorite, but the person that's going to come up through the losers bracket, who's got the best shot, who you think would be still alive that you would put some money on?
Well, personal opinions, just based off of game, talent, experience, all of that, blah, 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 the intangibles.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Ullman,
I was going to say that.
looks pretty good, I think, to come out. And I think Payne, I mean, he's already got another bye, so he's already, going forward or waiting for another match to
Right,
come his
yeah.
way. but he's got that experience, and he just won last year.
Yes.
So trying to defend. So I think he's got the ability. From there, man, there's a lot of young names and and not as much experience sitting on some of those other matches.
Right.
I mean, Dawson's got a lot of experience on a lot of different things. Both collegiate. We actually bought Dawson in the Minot Calcutta last year, and he made the step ladder, and he gave us some money. Obviously had 300 today, game 8 of qualifying, so he's got ability. He had 247 his first match, 2-0 his second, so he's definitely off and running pretty good, and we all know Brandon Cryer can strike very well at this place as well. So a couple of young ones maybe without the experience that I think have some good opportunities.
Well, you have another one with experience is Rob Clements.
Yeah.
But he's going to grind his way through. But if somebody has a 240 game, I don't know if he can get to 230 or 40. But if he takes 2-0, he can get there and he can win those matches.
What I like too is Rob has done well, here on the short pattern for the Masters, but he's also done well here in the longer patterns at the Masters and the medium pattern. He's not one that's just a one kind of length or pattern guy.
Just very solid. Let me go back to start. I was up to the 20th Minnesota Masters tournament as far as the last one where Pat Humphrey beat Bruce Smith, and that was the first time Bruce got to the championship and did not win. 21st in the year 2000, we had Cedarville Lanes and Dan Langer beat Terry Schott. And then 22nd, 2001 on Minnehaha Lanes, which is no longer David Langer beat Sam Lanto. So that was David Langer's second Minnesota Masters title. Then we go back over to Village North in Minneapolis for the 2002 23rd annual. Jeff Banks beat Terry Schott. So Terry Schott was second 2 out of 3 years there. Good showing, but you always want to win, of course.
Right.
2003, we went to AMF Maple Lanes, which is no longer there either. And Brad Larson beat David Langer. First time David Langer lost in a championship match of the Masters also. And then 2004 at Earl Brown, which is no longer there.
Yeah, what a run.
What a run. Exactly.
Yeah, what a run. Those three centers are no longer there, them last three.
Well, there's more. Well, we had Minnehaha Lanes, Village North, Maple Lanes, Earl Brown, no longer there. Earl Brown, John Cryer beat Chad Nelson. John Cryer Jr., that is. Beat Brandon's dad, who won that. And then in 2005, we went back to Midway Pro Bowl, which is no longer there. Chad Nelson beat Rob Downer. The 27th annual 2006 at Cedarville Lanes.
That's there.
Pohl beat none other than Tom Havlish. So just watching Brandon Cryer shoot, why would he go next to a big split like that? Oh, that's a Tom Havlish thing. Never mind. Speaking of Tom Havlish, I brought that up.
Good timing.
If there's a split up there, he's not going to do that. And then 2007, we went back to AMF, Earl Brown Lanes. Sam Lanto beat Jerry Haldorf. Jerry Haldorf bowled today.
Yeah.
All the way from Chippewa Falls, I believe, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Bowls MSCs and both CBAs, so he's very much okay to bowl these.
Yeah, very eligible.
Very eligible.
He puts his games in here.
2008, the 29th Minnesota Masters are at Maddie's Lanes, which is now Concord.
Yep.
Steve Bone, who is helping us get scores today.
Yeah, he's still helping out. He's doing a good job.
He beat Jerry Haldorf. So Jerry Haldorf was second.
Couple good years.
In a row. And then we go to Cedarville, 2009 to 30th. Dan Bach beat Terry Schott. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3 second place on 11 tournaments, Terry Schott was. All right, let's get back to watching some of this bowling here now because there's some low scores for these winners.
Yes.
So,
yes.
It's survival of the fittest, or whatever you want to call it, right now, maybe.
Yeah, out of the undefeateds, Dawson's the only one that's clean through 4 frames.
Yeah. Oh, going for the double, and there's the old solid 10.
He's using the urethane trick, right? I mean, something that's not going to overreact on him. It's going to be, controllable down lane. Plus, Dawson's, he's young. He's got some speed, too.
Yes.
Which I think is kind of what led to that 10 pin right there. I think he was just a little firm.
Very
and
possible.
it just didn't quite shape enough, but he's young enough to give it the juice still. And that definitely helps keep it, straighter, and straighter is greater on this.
I'll get to it, but he was runner-up at this tournament a few years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, he just got his plaque about 2 months ago.
Okay. Because he didn't take it the day of the tournament?
Yeah, he forgot to grab it the day of and then didn't
haven't
bowl
seen him.
anything for a while, yeah.
Bev, Brady Stearns is now out. He lost his second match, last match. And Zach Andreessen is watching. Zach, we missed you today.
Yeah, I hope you're enjoying vacation. Only 24 got to make the match play today because of you, but I hope vacation's great.
All right, speaking of, talking about Rob Clemens, he left the full Sodi in frame 5s. He went 4-4. He's got 81 in the 5th, is spared the 6th. And Tyler Krakowski can strike here to have a 24-pin lead on him if that was to happen. Jason Craigen, he was in, I was going to say, a lot of surface, and which he always does. Hooking high, leaving at 247.
Yeah, he's always got 1,000 grit pad and a 500 grit pad and a 360 pad,
Is there
a 180 pad, and then he's got a bag of gravel.
That was a half 7 by Brandon Cryer, and
Yeah.
it's like it wanted to get up to the pocket and didn't quite finish strong enough there. Threw it soft enough. Well, Tyler did not double, but he's got 95 in the 5th, so he's got a 14-pin lead over Rob Clements. Brandon picks up that 7-pin, so he's got 89 in the 5th. Dawson can strike here for 96. So that's, 6-7 pin match.
Yeah, still close.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And Brandon Brown over on the pair left of us, he's on our TV pair right now.
Yeah.
Just went through the nose for that 3, 6, 7, 10.
Well, second, third, and 4th frames were all red bobbers for bingo.
The strike was 7-2, 7-2, 5-2, 9 spare, 6
Something.
something. Could be
Yeah.
6, 1, 2, 3, or spare. Okay, I was watching that shot on the lane 10. That's Dawson. And he got
Good spare for
by
Brandon.
Dawson got that one going right too much, and it didn't quite get up there. But the 2-7, easier, definitely an easier baby split. You can hook at it. See that bucket left over on lane 11. That was Tyler Krakowski losing some pin count, so only 20 pins ahead of Rob right now instead of 24.
See you, Brady. Good tournament.
See ya, Brady. Happy New Year. Good spare by Dawson at 2-7. Didn't hurt him any.
Brandon with another split, man.
So that's lane 7 and 8. Remember we were here at the CVA Masters, and that pair, the ball would not finish on. And I wonder if it's kind of the characteristic
Looks
of that
the
pair.
same.
Looks the same, exactly.
Yep.
for the right side anyway. And
Right.
we've seen Jason go high twice in a row for that 247. So, all right, here's Dawson up on lane 9. You'll see him off the right of your screen with a 5-pin lead going into 7th frame. Snapped the 10 out that time. He left it last time on that lane. Oh, Brandon is sliding by that. He's working hard for every one of his shots. And after Tyler Krakowski missed that bucket, 119 in the 7th, Rob gets up and whiffs the head pin.
Spare strike, though, and he does pull within 1.
Exactly. Solid strike by Brandon Cryer. He hasn't really had a lot of trouble on lane 10. 9 gives him a little bit. He did have a double earlier, but his last 2 shots on that lane, the 5 count wasn't good, and it was a half 7. What do you think he'll do? If I've seen him, he'll just do a little bit softer.
Yeah, and he was firm on that half 7.
I would say move his feet a little bit left, but he's pretty far left standing already.
That was softer. Yep.
Just enough to get the ball to finish a little stronger. So give
Yep.
him a double, get that 5-pin lead. Dawson Peterson can take it back with a strike of his own. Watching Rob Clements just going, the ball's not getting up to the pocket for the
No,
2-8.
so that 3-pin match now.
Exactly, it's close. Jason Craigen
doubling
for a double.
Yep.
Brandon's going, I thought I had a chance even though I got 5 opens. Still does have a chance.
That was better. Yep.
That was so nice off his
Yep.
hand. Just that little flick of the wrist. And
Yep.
man, these young guys, who are these?
Right.
Hey, Brandon Brown, a solid strike. Rob Clemens using that 16-pounder to carry out the 2-8.
Man weight.
Yeah, exactly. There's only a handful of people who use that.
Yeah, there aren't very many.
No.
No. That's a dying breed.
You say Donnie Breed?
Donnie Breeden. He prefers DJ nowadays.
Does he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
The last time I bowled, and he was bowling down in Iowa, was DJ.
DJ Breeden?
For a couple of years at least, it was DJ Breeden. So.
Oh, Dawson not happy about that. Didn't throw it well, and it leaves the 2-5 right after he took the lead back. And Tyler Krakowski, after chopping the bucket, hoping to get the 4-6-7, giving the match lead back to Rob.
Yep, definitely puts Rod back in advantage there.
Well, like I said, it's not a house shot where you can just throw it down there and hope you carry. Oh, and then only getting 1 on it. All right, good spare by Dawson to give him 162 in the 8th.
Looks like Matafee is moving equipment to the next pair, so it looks like he advances over Humrickhouse.
Okay.
That'll put an end to Aaron Humrickhouse's day today.
Watching Tyler leave that 2-8 also, and if he can't get his ball to finish on that lane twice in a row, he didn't. Rob didn't either, but Rob can get up now and win this match. Oh, I'm not sure what Brandon did on that one. The lane that I thought he had going pretty well. He's at 8 count, loses some more pins. It's 5 pins. And Tyler missing that 2-8. Jason Craigen leaving a 4-6. Got the match pretty well in hand, but let's figure it out there. 156 that Brandon Brown can have. And yeah, no, Craigen's already got 160.
Yeah.
So that match is over. Jason's moving on, and now this match between Brandon Cryer and Dawson Peters for the other undefeated, it's going to be down to the 10th frame.
Looks like Bryce Kiko moving on
I
as
believe
well.
Bryce
Yep,
Kiko won.
he's moving on.
Yep. It looked like he won over on 3 and 4.
Yeah, looks like 230 to 160. So
See the Rob Clements. Oh, they
Roll
leave
that.
the 210. Is there a cracked pin there, it sounded like?
that did sound pretty
Or is
thuddy.
that ball too heavy?
Yeah, 16-pound stuff. Makes them all sound thuddy.
Rob, so all you need to do is stay clean, and then he does that. But I would say doesn't matter if he goes for it or not. He's still in the lead, but kind of go for it, but kind of make sure you get one. You might as well just go for it. Yeah, they give him 142. He'd have a 6-pin lead. Oh, Brandon Cryer splashing him out on that left lane. He didn't knock him over, though. That pin is still in the channel standing up. Does that count?
I think we got to reset that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he goes, I'm just going to pick up that.
That should have about wrapped that up, really. Just,
Oh, he needs a fill with
I mean, just, yep. A fill to shut him out, too. I mean,
Well, I'd like to see what happens if he doesn't. See what Tyler uses a different ball to win like he did the first time.
right.
Oh. Still half 7 again. Well, he still forces Dawson to mark with decent count.
Yep.
But if he went 8-8 or something like that, we'd have a possibility of a tie. Look at it. Brandon Brown is going to come back and only lose
He's
by
going to
5
come
pins.
back and lose by 5. Craigen opening the 9th and the 10th.
Okay, Rob, what did he do that time? Oh, high flush. Rolled it right up there. All right, the last shot we saw, Dawson on
Rob's.
his right lane just cured it. And
Yeah. Rob has just got to keep it on the lane, and he's got his match under control.
well, unless he went 4-0.
That'll be enough.
Definitely enough. So, all right. Well, he's got a mark. Dawson, that is, has to have a mark with a decent amount count. So 8 or 9 on this one here would be really good.
That was, I was going to say, that was better again. That was just like the last one on that
was
right
so
lane.
Nice off his
Yeah.
hand there.
Yeah, that 1-2 before that, he just got a little right, like you
Yes.
mentioned. Yep. Just didn't quite get there, but
That
the last 2 on that right lane have been really good.
I heard somebody say up to the side over there, it said, come on now, you just pulled that one and it sat in the pocket. I heard somebody say that.
Huh.
Dawson's right there. And I
It
don't,
looked identical to.
that's the last one.
the one
I
he
saw.
just threw,
No,
yeah.
Maybe I wasn't watching close enough, but
No, I think you're correct. That one hooked early on him,
that one did.
and he missed in.
He missed in. That one he definitely pulled up there.
Yep.
You want to keep it on the lane. You only need it.
Well,
6.
you only need. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was
Doesn't need it
plenty
here. You got
good
one
for the
man.
win. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always different. If you don't need it, you throw it differently. Good thing you didn't need 2.
199, 197. He will advance. So we're going to have Craigen and Dawson Peterson in the undefeated
What pair are they going to?
match. I'll let you know.
Okay. You don't have to tell me right now. We'll see where they go. I don't have the right one.
Yeah, it's a little different on the board.
Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. So Jason Craigen and Dawson Peterson are the 2 undefeated. Whoever wins this match, wherever they're going to bowl on, will be a guaranteed 2nd place. They'll have to sit out a few games while we filter through the losers bracket bowlers. Yes, Will Manafee is still alive. He's just starting his match. He's over on about 17, 18-ish, something like that. It looks like he's going to be bowling Zach Mitchell. These guys are starting to take some practice shots. So we got Pat Hovda and Thomas Cleveland, and then we got Jason Craig. They're on 13 and 14. Jason Craigen and Dawson Peterson on 11 and 12.
Good bowling, good tournament.
Thank you. I wouldn't do that.
Happy New Year there.
They're
Gustav.
gonna be on 11 and 12.
I see that, Jason.
You didn't.
The crack staff, in my mind, saw it before you did. Who else we got there? Pat Hovda, Thomas Cleveland over on 13 and 14. Zach Mitchell, Will Manafee. Then it looks like we've got Bryce Keekle and Josh Kennedy and Rob Clements and Matt Payne way on the other end up there. If we had a roving camera, we could.
We need that.
We need a
get a
long
roving
cord. We really don't need that. Jason Craigen did just not that long ago went from 16 down to 15 pounds.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Everybody's still warming up, getting their 2 shots on each lane, which we've brought that into play the last couple Masters tournaments. Instead of coming in cold, the pairs are different than each other, so we give them the 2 shots in each lane. The higher seeded bowler still gets a choice if he wants to start the match first or have the ball in hand to finish it. Let's get back to our past champions. We were up to the 30th when Dan Bach beat Terry Schott in 2009 at Cedarville. The 31st annual 2010 AMF Earl Brown Lanes. John Cryer Jr. winning his 2nd Minnesota Masters beat Matt Ratz. Haven't seen Matt for a long time. And then 32nd 2011 at Maddie's. David Langer beating Kyle Mathis. That was David Langer's 3rd Minnesota Masters title. In 2012, it went back to Decula's. Matt McNeil against, he beat Doug Manhart in that championship match at Decula's. 34th annual 2013 at Earl Brown Lanes. John Cryer Jr. winning his 3rd Minnesota Masters title in 10 years. He beat Chris Stevens. Then 2014, the 35th annual at Cedarville Lanes, Sam Lanto beat Jason Price. Went back to Mermaid Lanes in 2015 where Ben Lemieux beat David Langer. 2nd time Lumpy was 2nd at a Masters tournament, at the Minnesota Masters tournament. 37th annual 2016, we went to Midway Pro Bowl and Eric Vermillier beat Ron Cleveland. Ron bowled today, and so did his son Thomas, who Thomas is still bowling, and Looks like he's bowling against Pat Hovda. And 2018 here at 2017, sorry, he went to Concord Lanes. Nick Pate beat Ryan Savoy for that Minnesota Masters title. 39th annual here at Southtown. David Langer beat Jason Craigen. The 40th annual, which is here at Southtown also, Eric Schott beat Rob Clemens for that championship. That was the 40th annual. All right, we got Jason brought me the scores. And obviously who won and stuff. I'm going to read them off to you. Where Brandon Cryer, you just saw in front of us, lost to Dawson Peterson 199-197. Then Jason Craigen beat Brandon Brown 161-153, even though it wasn't as close as that score ended up being. The other matches, we had Thomas Cleveland 202 to Dave Olmans 179. Will Matafee 215 to Aaron Hummerkaus 156. Then we saw Rob Clements 174-156 over Tyler Krakowski, and Bryce Kiko 236 over Brady Gustafson, just Gustav, 236-168. So the matches we got going on right now, we have Jason Craigen and Dawson Peterson.
Winner makes it to the finals.
Exactly. Now we have, I mentioned Thomas Cleveland. He's bowling against Pat Hovda. Will Matafee bowling against Zach Mitchell. Rob Clements bowling against Matt Payne. And Bryce Kiko bowling Josh Kennedy. And they're way on the other end of the house. But we'll hear some cheering if Bryce bowls well because Mark Kiko, the Green Bay Packers fan. And
Mom and Dad are here.
Mom and Dad are here watching. Speaking of that, what's going on that Packer Vikings game?
No clue. There's a game?
There's a game. 3:25 it started. It is almost an hour into it. I haven't heard any screaming or anything, so.
My guess would be not much is happening then.
Well, this one in a few places that they don't have TVs up on where the monitors are. So as you're sitting down there bowling, you can't just look up and see it. You actually have to. They have it on behind us somewhere, and just in a few spots. They have it on in the bar, of course, but it's back behind this seldom used bar behind lanes 7 and 8. Of course, the commercial's going on now, so you can't really see it. It's not halftime, I don't think.
Shouldn't be yet.
Not yet. It's only been not even an hour. Oh, high flush 6-pin. Looks like 7-3 Vikings. I can't quite tell what the.
9:52 left to go in the second.
Okay. Looks like Green Bay has the ball at about the Vikings' 43-yard line. Almost sacked. Incomplete pass, though.
See you, brother.
See you, Davio.
Well, there
Good
goes
tournament.
There goes your guy you thought had a good chance of winning.
Yeah, that was my loser bracket pick.
Yeah, I got Rob Clements in that loser bracket pick.
Still alive. Good pick on your part.
Yeah.
So we're down to 10, and we're going to lose 4 here,
Yes.
right? Yep.
Start going quick now.
Yep.
Dawson Peterson, that really nice strike on that right lane. It's interesting. He, the higher seed, because he was the highest seed. He just second match in a row for sure. Now he's chosen to have the ball in hand
When he gets up in the 10th.
Yeah. Which,
Well, it's worked so far.
yeah, it really has. So. Or wait a minute. No, he didn't choose that. He's up in the fourth frame. No, he elected to have Jason start the match. Yeah, I had that backwards.
Yeah, because yep.
But he didn't on 9 and 10. He let Brandon finish first.
Yeah.
So did he realize that is he watching Brandon Carter? Did he say didn't think Brandon had a good shot on the left lane or right lane, say it? And maybe he decided watching Jason warm up that sometimes that comes into play. We never know what people are thinking.
Right.
Nice, clean, strike spare. Get that 1-pin lead early. You know, Matt Payne and Rob Clements are bowling a match. Are they even in the same tournament that we're in?
They're next door.
Exactly, yeah.
They're so far down there,
Yes, they really are.
and everything in the middle is wide open.
Yeah. Thomas Cleveland's having trouble at single pins today. He just whiffed another one.
And he got away with 2 in that
Yes.
last match that he missed, but still, that's 2. That's 3 in 3 games.
He's got to work on that. Here I am saying that. He only gets a lot of strikes. I guess we got some fans watching.
He's still
the
bowling,
game.
too.
They're telling us what the score is. So that's good. Except I see where now the Packers are on like the 23-yard line.
Oh, that was a good shot, too, Thomas.
Well, after missing a few 10 pins here and there, what goes through your mind when you just left another one?
Don't miss it.
Okay, yeah. Focus a little more, maybe. He'll pick it up this time. Oh, just didn't finish for the bucket. Didn't lose any pin count, but it's myriad of ways to miss the bucket.
It's amazing how little 80 grit can hook down lane.
Exactly. It's kind of funny you say that because it didn't finish.
Yeah. And I think he thought it was at least in play. You know, he kind of walked it out a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Was a little animated. I think he thought it wasn't the worst shot he's thrown.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I thought he did a lot today, too. Oh, he just going to block shoot the 3-pin. I left a solid 4-5 today.
I don't like those.
That was the game after my solid 5-7.
I'm wondering if you can use the word solid in front of either of those as loosely as you are.
Yeah, well, it was solid off my hand. Yeah, and it didn't hit.
It's funny because on the old MN Bowling Forum, Al Loth's screen name was Solid 5.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
And I can't remember what I was watching the other day, and it was a YouTube video, and it was like either one of the Storm ones or something. It was a ball reaction video, and somebody left a 5, and they said, and then I left a stone 5.
Yeah. Well, it was, nothing hit it. It just didn't wiggle. That was a bad shot by Dawson.
Yep. Not a good there's never a good time for a big 4, but that definitely wasn't a good time for a big 4.
No, it's the middle of the game. You got plenty of time to come back, I guess, rather than have it in the 9th frame when you need something. And here's one other thought. That was his first of 2 frames. So he can shake it off and strike here. He can sit back down feeling better about himself if he strikes here.
Sure.
Instead of sitting down after an open.
Yeah, and right now it's to the right of our cameras. We can't see it. This is the only match we have on any of the camera pairs. But Thomas Cleveland, that single pin is is definitely hurting him at the moment anyway, as this Pat Hovda is keeping it clean, has a double, and has made easy work of all of his single pins.
Exactly. 20-pin lead for Pat. The double, plus then open by your opponent. All right, Dawson, fill that frame. 8-6 in the fifth. Give me that. So it's 13-pin lead for Jason right now. I don't know if Jason likes either lane better. He struck once on each lane, and a 6 count on one, a 7 on another lane. So probably playing similar for him. If he gets the ball off his hand correctly, it'll. Thomas Cleveland.
There's Thomas with a double.
Bounced it. Trip 6.
Bounced it just right.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I mentioned, he went from 16 to 15. Obviously, it's lighter. You're used to the heavier weight. Maybe whatever he did, let it push away. It was too light. He lift. I'm not sure what mattered on there, whatever. But he wants to let it off his hand, let it roll. I know that. Man, a double here would give him a pretty good sized lead
Yep.
in the 6th, 7th frame.
Yeah, he missed in the whole way.
Yep.
I don't know if he was trying to help it from the last one not getting there.
It's easy to do.
Yeah.
And you don't have to help it by much, and it's going to go high like that. Yeah, Pat Hovda with another double, going for a turkey here to get the 20-pin lead back up there after Thomas got a double. Whoa.
Whoops.
Whoops. The whole chunk.
Yep.
I've seen that 4 times today, as from right-handers, where you leave the 1, 2, 1, 3, 6, 10, along with that 8-pin back there. It's almost impossible to pick up unless you throw it from the left side. Flock shoot the 2-pin for Jason, picking up that spare. That 5 count, and I'm assuming not going to be a spare, gives new life to Thomas Cleveland.
Oh!
How did he do that?
Right through the pocket. He knew that ball wouldn't deflect.
Well,
Just
when you threw
took
it there
it-
the first time.
Took it through the pocket. Isn't that something too when you leave that kind of crap and then you just go, I can hit a gnat's rear end at 100 feet right now, but I can't hit strikes.
Wow, that's the first time I've seen it picked up today.
Oh, there
Here
we
it
go.
is, 5-pin.
So he can cut 13 pins down to 3 here if he can find a way to double.
Thomas Cleveland getting the turkey there. You can cut this to 5 pins a match if Thomas gets another strike here.
Meanwhile, Dawson walked down to the other end of the continent.
Doesn't he know he's up again?
Yeah, he's ball searching.
Well, okay, so in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th, he went 9 spare, 9 spare, and 8 spare. So he's going to do something different here when he gets up there. Well, Thomas Cleveland come back with a 4-breaker to take the lead. Looks like he's getting some tape, Dawson is.
That's a good Norm Duke trick right there.
Yes, isn't it though? I don't know. You know, he'd always take that big wad of tape out, pretend he's taking a piece off, put it back in. I don't think he ever does anything different. He rips them in half. He gets those quarter strips of tape. You know, maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't, but
It's just another tool,
It bugs his opponents
right?
because they know he's going to do it, and then he does it. It just pisses him off even more.
Yep. And it slows the pace down to the way he wants it.
Yes.
He'll control the match then with that, pacing of it.
I remember a tournament. Oh God, that'd be 10 years ago or more. He's bowling, and it's like a 3-game match. It's something. It wasn't just a 1-game match. He's bowling Ryan Simonelli in this tournament, and it was for the championship. And it was either best of 5, something I can't remember what it was, but maybe total pins. I can't remember. Anyway, they would announce it over the loudspeaker, and they would say, "Okay, Norm Duke, you're down by 80 some pins," and he's standing by. He goes, "How many?" And he's talking. So he loosened himself up, saying, "I'm down by that many, whatever." And I think he might have given Simonelli a little bit of extra. Maybe he was more confident, and all of a sudden Norm Trebek wins.
Yeah.
It just his way of taking it without doing anything illegal.
Right.
Physical, didn't touch him. Just,
Changing the course. Yeah. Momentum switches.
exactly. So. Oh, the Vikings are driving. I thought Green Bay was down in field goal range or something. All of a sudden, the Vikings are at about the 7-yard line. All right. Well, Pat Hovda getting up in the 9th frame, or 10th frame. He's spared in the 9th. He can have 222. He would force Thomas Cleveland to get the first strike in the 10th.
That was a good shot.
He needs this one to force him to get the first strike. Otherwise, he's already forced him to spare.
Oh. Fortunate break for Jason there, yeah.
You talked earlier about the light 7s and things like that. With the 14 pounds I throw now, there's a lot more of those that I leave with 14 pounds instead of
carrying.
Instead of just don't carry them out.
Yeah.
Once in a while I will, but that in half 10. So when a shot's tough, 14 pounds is not good. I can tell you that.
Oh.
Jason taking the re-rack. Is that another Norm Duke?
Yeah, got to be just slowing it down. Well, and he is somebody that I don't know that he can control the animation. Like
Jason?
Yeah. If you watched him bowl enough, he's kind of jumpy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Twitchy and animated like that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a way to slow him down. He knows he needs to.
Yeah. Hey. Yep.
Slow it down a little bit. Yeah.
Speaking of animated, you have that video also that the guy took years ago at the tournament up at Southway from the CBA tournament back in, I don't remember what year it was. I'm not sure if you watched that video or not.
I haven't yet. No.
Okay. It's kind of funny because you're watching the Verge Anger and it wasn't very good for him, whatever. But Verge Anger, Jim Lindquist, these guys had moved. They would jump on the approach. They try to half run them out where nobody really does that much.
Oh, you mean Southway? The old from the yeah. I thought you said South Point.
Oh no.
And I was like, I knew there used to be CBAs in Vegas and whatever. So I was I remember. Yeah, I did watch that video, and for sure they were.
The guy was jumping around a lot, but he showed people, and I just knew by their mojo who they were.
Sure.
Jim Lindquist and Bob Hansen, who knew what he would do, and they'd run them out, and they'd pull their arm back, pull the string. It was like, people try to post them now, and every once in a while somebody runs one out when you need it, but it's different.
Well, then I would put Jason in the throwback category because he is one of those.
That's what I was getting at.
Yep. He lets go, and then he's already kind of up on the tiptoes and kind of pouncing a little bit and jumping. And
by the way, I missed what Thomas Cleveland picked up that single pin. I don't know what it was, but he needed to pick that up to win the match, and he did. So good for him. Missed, I'm not sure if it was a 10 pin or what it was, but.
Well, and after missing 3 of the last 5
that we've seen.
Yeah. Oh,
Dawson. Well, I got this feeling Jason Craigen will be moving on as your leader.
I think you're probably right. Craigen will be sitting in the driver's seat going
Yeah.
into the finals. He'll need to be beat twice.
Correct.
So that's a really enviable position to be in.
Yeah, because guaranteed second place, even though he wants more than that.
Yeah, 181 here for Dawson as a max, and you've got Jason should be in the high 170s, 180, mids 180s,
Easily. Open.
just with a little count on his first shot. So this match is going to go the way of Craigen, and he will have a nice little break in the number 1 seed.
You know, when you're down and you don't have a chance, you throw the ball so soft and easy to strike.
Game gets easy then.
It does.
You're waiting for the winner between.
Looks like Matt Payne did win that match down there.
Yep.
So my horse, Rob Clements, is out.
We're both horseless.
We did say Matt Payne though because he's won before, but
Yeah, he wasn't the experience I was talking about. Although he is getting longer in the tooth, he's becoming more of a veteran than a newcomer. So. Well, that'll do it. Craigen will move on, as we were saying.
nice clean game by Jason also. That's what you need to do.
And he will be your number 1 seed as we go into the finals eventually.
And Dawson will get a couple games to sit out also because he's
Still alive.
he's the high of the losers bracket guys.
Yep.
So he waits until all these other losers lose.
I mean,
so,
absolutely. Good bowling, Bryce. Yeah, great tournament.
see you, Bryce. Go cheer on those Vikings.
Huh?
So go cheer on those Vikings.
Oh, I will be.
Right in front of your dad.
Yell louder than Dad.
I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Dawson is in a spot where he's, that's no worse than 4th.
That's
He comes
right,
back
yeah.
in the
Yep.
consolation match, basically, or
Correct.
yeah.
Correct. So
So
he's got to win those matches. Win them early helps. So we have Josh Kennedy and Matt Payne. And look, here's my last update here, or whatever.
I was wondering, are you all done with lanes 35 and 36? I just want to practice on this pattern. I was going to try to enter this today, but I was going to work late.
I'll get him to open up that for you.
We said that it was okay with y'all.
So we got Zach Mitchell gonna be bowling against Thomas Cleveland. We got Matt Payne against Josh Kennedy. And then we're going to have the winners of those. Let's see now, one of them's gonna be bowling against Brandon Cryer. I don't have the up to date here, so I can't really tell you. I'll just wait until Jason comes back with the scores and I'll let you know that. But in the meantime, we'll be watching Matt Payne, Josh Kennedy here on 7 and 8. I don't know now. You better ask Jason.
For this kid,
Ask Jason. Matt Payne started out the match with a strike. Josh goes up to throws another solid strike. That could be a pretty good match, even though we've talked about 7 and 8 being a little bit touchier pair. Don't know if it was because of extra urethane going down or not today, but the last time we were here 3 weeks ago for the CBA Masters, that pair did not finish.
We've come this way. You can go to like 21. There's Brandon down there. You can go both. 21, 22. Yeah.
All right, we got the updates. I knew Jason would come back and get them to me. Oh, wait, this is not.
Well, the updated part's going to be
Oh, I got
down
it.
at the bottom there.
Got
where
it.
we've got Matt and Josh going.
You said the scores on there. Yep, okay. I did say who's bowling, and I was actually trying to figure out where.
And then
Brandon,
Zach and Thomas, too.
Yep.
Down at
that
the.
I mentioned. I was trying to figure out where Brandon Cryer and Brandon Brown fit in, but they're one of those guys. Each one of them will bowl the winners of these two matches.
Yeah, the winners of these drop into those two.
Yep.
You bet.
And then the winner of that.
Goes against Dawson.
Correct.
Yep.
So what do we have? We have one match, or two matches, but one game here. Two, it was like 4 matches left.
Yeah, what, seven people left. 2 are going to go out here.
Yeah, right. And then 2 will go out again.
Yep, and then another 2.
My shoes. It's not so good. I'm getting like it's a little sore base here.
Pat, don't talk about olds. I don't want to hear it.
Thanks for running.
Good tournament, man. Good bowling. Just don't forget your ball.
I will, if you don't mind, I'll just get my stuff back up. I can grab your keys.
Okay, Matt Payne up left lane, going for turkey. Ooh, knocked out that 10. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if he threw that thing too hard or not, because he always throws it kind of hard. But sometimes hard and skid it down the lane, I guess, maybe. It looks like it's going harder than it is.
I got that maroon Silverado. It's just it's on the passenger.
Another one?
It's been a long
Pick that
time
up.
coming.
I was just talking about Matt Payne, who I was going to say, I thought he threw that ball kind of hard, but he always throws it kind of hard.
Doesn't he throw every ball kind of hard? Yeah.
So, but it wasn't that he threw it too hard, just that he threw it too, skidded it too much or something, because they never pick up the roll. Right after he starts out with 2 solid strikes for doubles, and then came light.
And he skidded it.
He skidded it.
Pretty good shot, just a little urethane carry.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Well, you know, it rolls early and doesn't finish.
Well, with his rev rate, it's not quite as early because it gets down lane.
Yeah.
And it does finish more than you and I could make
Well,
it do.
yeah, that for
right?
sure. But typically,
But it's still
it's
flat.
earlier and not finished. But when we were, growing up using urethane, we didn't know that it didn't finish because it just rolled in the pocket.
It finished more than the rubber ball that you had.
Exactly, right,
You
yeah.
know?
Yeah, and more. Then the LT48 came out, and man, you had like everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Then they had that ball and a couple. They had the cork inside. I used to tear my thumb up because it wasn't as smooth. Nobody knew any of the thumb tape and stuff back then.
Yeah. Well, and no thumb slugs or anything to make the surface
no.
better. Yeah.
Sometimes I know some people would plug the ball to have a thumb plug
in it.
plug in there, and then that would get to a better feel. I never did that. I mean, I didn't know about that until I was, I don't know,
Older.
older. Yeah, exactly. Like, why didn't I do that?
Wow, that was a great shot. I actually thought it looked like he got a little too much up the back of that and wouldn't finish, but yeah. Really good shot.
Well, I bowled Josh's pair in the third game about. He was just distraught. He's standing up there. He's shaking his head. I'm the worst bowler in the state right now. He was, talking to himself, whatever. And then he's 15 under, and now he's in the top 7.
And here he is.
Exactly, yeah. So he skidded it again.
Well, Josh, you obviously haven't been bowling with me lately, because if you want to know what terrible is, I can show you terrible.
Yeah. All right, Matt, you got to slide this one over.
Sure. No, he gave it a run. A little too much of that 2-pin.
Michael had
Skidded, did it.
Skidded, did it. I said it. I couldn't write it. Now I can't read it. Wrote it.
What do you do, Matt?
Oh, here, I thought he caught all of that one.
The old CBA Deadwood clear.
Yeah, we have that rule, so everybody knows. If you leave the Deadwood, you have to take care of it yourself. Instead of, because a year ago,
Yeah.
not too long ago, you left it, then you would just like walk away, and then somebody go tell the counter. And in the meantime, the other guy's up there waiting to bowl because you did, and so you have to take care of it, get it out of there quickly. That's a PBA rule too. It's a good one.
Make it move along, you bet.
Yeah.
There it is, good shot.
Skidded it.
That's right.
The lane.
He unskidded, did it.
Exactly. You can just see where it started up more and didn't go that extra 5 feet or whatever it was. So.
No.
All right, Josh going up for a double to take 14-pin lead, whatever here in the early going. But hey, rather be up by 14 than down.
Man. And he's just shifted in a little bit.
Yeah.
From, a few frames ago.
Well, a couple games ago, we saw him play right out by the twig.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we watched him earlier in match play peel one off the right gutter, but those last couple, at least on the right lane, have been really good. Well, his last two have been really good, left and right lane. So he looks to have both of them.
He was distraught in that third game. He 100%. No, what do you call it? 180-degree turnaround because it's not 360. Otherwise, he'd be back.
No, he'd be back being distraught.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, now he's got all the confidence.
Oh, when he trips a 4.
Funny how that happens too. You got confidence. You roll it well. You carry things.
Well, that was a Nelson Burton Jr. line, right? Luck favors the well-prepared.
That it does. Oh, yes.
So I've always liked that line. In other words, if you practice, the hits come your way when it's important, it seems like. When you put your time in and you pay your dues that way, it kind of seems like when you need them, you get more of those hits.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Playing baseball, Bob Gibson, he was a pretty good pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
Somebody said about Bob Gibson, he goes, that guy is the luckiest pitcher. He always pitches when the other team doesn't get any hits.
Awful lucky.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's kind of a Yogi Berraism.
I'm starting to wonder if he actually skidded it really too much, or if this right lane and where he's playing just isn't giving him a look.
Yeah, very possible.
Yeah. All right, got the important part done. Get the spare.
Yep. and didn't lose any count.
But you got to get moving. Your opponent's got a 3-bagger up at you.
You'd almost think, well, you got to believe your opponent's really not going to have 260 because it just really hasn't happened.
Right.
So, he's got that turkey. He's at a 2-1 pace. If you can get a double in here and put the pressure on him, and get up to that. And then I don't want to say that your opponent would make a mistake, just that the ball would not finish the same way. You'll leave something, possibly a light split. Yeah, well,
He's fine on the left lane. He's only got that one miss on the left lane.
and he only has one more shot on that lane. And evidently Josh was a higher seed, I'm assuming. Chose to start the match, or to have the ball, finish the match first, I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Put the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly. That happens in the MSC. It's like all the time. People say, I get this choice, you start. I get a choice, you start. There's no thought, just you start.
That looked right.
It was, yep.
Yep.
But just leaving a single pin. And Josh and I talked about it earlier. He was way off on a single pin. He missed 3 single pins that one game. He was on our pair.
Right.
He does miss a lot of single pins. He usually corner pins. This should be easy for him because I think he's going to use right off his strike target.
I agree.
But it's still a pin that's out there.
It is. Yep, good spare.
I left like 4 or 5 pins today. Picked them all up.
Well, at least you got him.
Yeah, I did. Funny because I just let the ball off my hand and rolled over there and I got it. Couldn't throw it like that in the first.
Maybe you should have tried that. That whole approach and thought and everything. Like,
No,
I know.
Say that.
well, I'm a good, 20/20 hindsight coach.
Exactly. Well, the last tournament here, the CBA Masters, I was paired up and crossed with Chad Nelson, and he told me, if you threw the ball really good on your second shot. Which is the same saying that if I would just, why do you try to hit it more, do more,
Good shot.
when you really don't have to on
Yeah.
the first one? But,
Yeah.
yeah, good shot by Josh, like you said there. Yeah, I know, it's easy to, everything flows, you're in time, ball just comes off your hand nice. So we're looking over here on 3 and 4. There's single pin miss, the last 2 frames. Thomas
Cleveland.
That's, it's really uncalled for. And
That being said, there's a Zach Mitchell single pin miss as well on the board. That's 3 in this match.
in 6 frames each.
Yep.
So,
Yeah. But yeah, that is alarming.
a double.
Yeah, it looked like he slowed that down a bit too, and maybe that's how he was going to combat not getting it to finish.
Well, he'll tell us when he gets,
Well, when he's done,
well, he might go all the way, and then we don't even have a chance to ask him.
we'll still ask him.
We'll still ask
We'll
him.
find out.
Yeah, he'll know. He'll remember what he did, too.
Yeah, the best way to not have to shoot a single pin is
Strike.
knock them all down.
7 frames, he got 4 strikes, 3 opens. 8-1, 9 miss, 9 miss. That's Thomas. That's
Oh, and he still has his good lane.
wow.
That's what I was going to say is, Josh didn't only leave a single pin, but if he makes another mistake like that and he's not stringing strikes and Matt is, the gap gets shut down a lot quicker.
TBA TV scoring. It's a 3-pin match right now.
Correct. Yeah.
I would, if I'm Josh, I should get a strike right here.
I wouldn't do what I did last time.
No. 5, 3, 1. Well, he's got 2 strikes, 2 spares on this lane already.
That wasn't right like the last one. Yep.
That was right where it's supposed
Right
to be.
where it was supposed to be.
That was very nice. Josh won a CBA earlier this year for his first CBA title. That was
Yep.
good to see. Bowls a lot of games we talked about. Lumpy's the one telling me that. I talked to Lump the other day, and he's talking about he just practices all the time. Zach Mitchell got a turkey up there, and now Thomas Cleveland's back up. Struck there for a turkey.
Yep, turkey to turkey.
Probably about a 10-pin match there. Maybe 20 because there's 3 opens to 1.
Oh, good shot, Josh.
This right here, 9 count wins. Right? No, yeah, right.
It's 48 to 35 as the maxes.
9 count
Yeah.
wins.
Yep.
And Matt's going, why didn't I get that one in the 6th frame? Thomas Cleveland for the 4-bagger going, loading up for the all-important 10th frame.
I think it's 73 to 65 in the 5th.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, so it's basically an 8-pin match, and they're all striking from there.
Well, then Zach must have 2 opens then.
Oh,
trip out
man.
the
And either way, the
but-
2 still would have been standing,
Yeah,
and it's the
that was
match.
enough to win. Yeah. Solid 9 by Zach Mitchell to keep pace with Thomas Cleveland. That's over on 3 and 4. Hard enough to hit the pocket, let alone leave those solid 9s. Matt, of course, will strike out now for 235. Lose by 13 pins.
Is going to be 204 to 215 with their maxes.
Okay.
And Mitchell went 9 whiff, strike, whiff, 9.
Oh, that's
So that's how we got the 2 open.
Okay.
So 9 gutter, strike, gutter, 9.
And they need a solid 9 right there for the 4-bagger.
Yes.
So
Yep.
he can have he can strike out here for 204.
Yep. And then Cleveland's 15 as a max.
Zach, I couldn't tell if he left the single pin.
I think that says an X.
Yep. That was a strike. 248, 222. Josh Kennedy over.
Matt Payne.
Happy New Year, Will Menifee. Another good tournament there, young man. Needs a strike for 204 for Zach Mitchell. And he doesn't get it, so he's going to have 190 some. And he still has to spare, though.
So he's going to have to spare, yeah, because he's 215 max.
Oh,
So,
it's the best spare in the world.
well, a strike.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson. We talked about that.
So even with 2 single pin whiffs, when your opponent goes single pin whiff gutter 9 count,
Yeah. So what is that, 194? Yeah. That's what it is. So he needs a strike to and crosses over and leaves a 6-pin.
it was 193 because he had a split
Okay.
on that last one, 8 count split.
So he needs a spare and
Yeah.
strike to win. Spare 9 to tie. Oh, I'm not even counting the spare.
I know, that's I was
because
just
when
going to
he's
say
done,
it, but you got it.
He's all over the right side of it.
It would be interesting to know if they've all been 10 pins or like if he's missed some
Yeah,
other
right,
ones.
yeah. So the possibility of a tie. The higher seed gets a choice of who starts. It's a 9th to 10th frame roll-off. If they tie again, they flip-flop the starting order.
Yep. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I like that way better.
Yeah, you get done faster. That was a look, Thomas. And he just
Looks
ripped
like a
it
win.
back. 194, 193. Wow. Okay.
That's
So,
a close one.
That's a close match. If he threw that like, oh, I'm going to get this strike.
Like you would have thought he would have done that the shot
Well, he
prior.
had room to breathe. All right, so what do you got going on pairwise? They should be.
Well, you're going to have Cryer Kennedy on 5 and 6, so a little out camera.
Oh, okay.
But I think we've got 11 and 12 coming up.
That'd be Brandon Brown and
that would be
Thomas Cleveland.
Yeah, Brandon and Thomas.
What pair are you guys on, Brandon? 9
Oh.
and 10. All right, perfect.
I was close.
See you, Pat.
See you, Pat. Good tournament. 9 and 10 it is.
Big wave. No, go ahead. Yes. 2 on each. Higher seed gets a choice of who's going to start the match. That was a heck of a match down there, Steve Bowen, where it was Thomas Cleveland and Zach Mitchell. And we saw that the 2 single pin misses, were they both 10 pins for Thomas, or what were they? Yeah, we don't know what they were either.
Zach also missed a single pin, and then
They went gutter 9. Yeah, we kind of saw that. And that just tells you how tough they are out here. All these guys, if this was a house shot, they'd be averaging 225 to 230, and it's not that. Interesting that Brandon Brown is still playing right up the edge like that. So do you know the Brandon Craiger 2 pink hammers? What's the difference of the 2? Didn't know if one has more surface than the other. That's what it looked like to me. I crossed them one game today, and he was kind of using one on one lane, one on the other. Not always. I wasn't paying that close of attention, but I thought maybe one is. That's very possible. Oh, that would. You think it would matter, but I didn't look that close. I just saw that he would take one from the back, one be up in the front. He'd take they'd reach up and take the other one the next frame. So I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
They could be drilled the same too, and just it's like, oh shit.
Ooh, lights out on that lane 6. 5, 6. They're back on. He threw it so hard he shut the lights off or whatever. So.
Pay the bill. Should have the Viking game in the corner up here.
We could. Yeah, could do that, but all right. We're up 13-3. Mike's got the ball. Third quarter now?
Yep.
Just starting?
Yep.
Okay. It looks like the Vikings got the ball. All right. This is one of the few places I was talking earlier that there are no TVs up by the score monitors.
Usually they're between.
Yeah, there aren't any up by there. So either on right behind us or in the bar for sure. So Brandon was higher than Josh, so obviously he elected to have Josh start that match. Well, that's over on 3 and 4. We'll, or 5 and 6. We'll kind of tell you what's going on there while we watch this match with Brandon Brown and Thomas Cleveland. And Thomas was a higher seeded bowler because he was the second high qualifier today. And we'll see what he does. Well, he's going to start the match. He wants to have the ball in hand to win like he did last game.
Oh God.
You know, I watch these urethane balls go down the lane, and they hook early and don't know if they're going to finish. That just kept going and left that 3, 6, 9, 10, which is the toughest spare to shoot at, other than the 1, 2, 4, 7, 8. That's the toughest spare that I've seen 4 people leave it and only 1 person pick it up today. Yeah, so many ways to miss that thing. That was interesting. Thomas Cleveland had the choice of starting the match or have the ball in hand, have the ball in hand to finish the match, or let the other person do that. And he decided to. He wants to have the ball in hand.
Ball in hand.
You know, knowing what you need sometimes is. But then again,
everybody has a different viewpoint
really
on it.
do,
yeah. Different attitude.
Yeah. All right, Josh Kennedy with the front 3, Brandon Cryer with a double, and Brandon Brown crossing over for a strike here. I can't tell you how many crossovers I've seen for strikes today, Jason. There were a lot of them.
I think the harder they get, the more you see of that. Not a lot of room for forgiveness and people being tense and trying to steer the ball and, force it when they aren't comfortable. And usually that leads to pulling more than pushing.
You and I just asking Steve Bowen. Brandon Cryer's got 2 pink hammers. Didn't know what the difference was. Henry writes, one is 14 and the other is 15. The 15 is stronger. So he uses 2 different weights of both balls.
So if we can scroll back in the comments, which I know we could, John actually said something when you talked about man weight and 16-pounders and whatever, but Brandon was throwing a 16-pound pink hammer. So I wonder if
16 and 15?
It's 16 and 15 maybe? Yeah. Now, it's not that uncommon. If you look at pure numbers and then assume that the cover is going to be exactly the same between 2 balls, that you will find a stronger core in a 15 over the 14, okay. Right? I mean, the lower RG with a higher differential a lot of times will take, or you'll see that in the heavier weight. But a lot of times there isn't that much difference between 16 and 15. But you do see a pretty good size change a lot of times in 15 to 14. Yeah.
What I've heard of that is the differential is much bigger or much more different, whatever, from 15 to 14.
Yeah.
So the ball will tend to
more back end
on the 14.
Yeah.
Which is part of the reason why I changed. My hand's a little bit sore, and I want to try to get a little more revs and throw it a little harder. It's not helping me. It doesn't league, it's not for this. This is not made for guys like me to bowl. I understand that. I'm just out here bowling whatever because I like to bowl.
Yeah.
But
well, and it's a lot of fun when you are competitive at an older age, against the young kids. Yeah. It's a feeling of accomplishment in and of itself by making the cut at an older age as opposed to making a deep run.
Well, up until 3 years ago, I was more competitive. I'd make the cut once in a while. I do so. I just haven't been able to do that lately.
Yeah.
And it's not just going to 14 pounds either. It's just getting older and I don't want to say not as strong.
All that comes with it.
Yeah. So I have joined a health club because being that I'm 65, gets silver sneakers.
Yeah.
So it's free.
Yep.
But I did get a personal trainer. I just started this.
There you go.
Ago. So I need to do something. I tell him, it's funny, we're doing some workouts and different things after figuring some out. And he goes, well, you can't do that with those weights because he goes, you can't chicken wing it. And I go, well, that's the same term as we call in bowling.
Yeah, right.
He goes, so if you can lift these weights, whatever we were doing, I remember the whole thing.
Yeah.
He goes, you got to keep your elbow in.
Elbows in.
Well, it's the same as.
Yeah, you can't do curls this way.
Yeah, or whatever.
They got to go this way.
It really wasn't a curl. It was something else we were doing, but the term was the same.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of interesting. That's what he's telling me. So
I've started seeing a rotational specialist, chiropractor. That's a rotational sports
Yeah. Okay.
specialist. So I mean, golf is the number one sport
Oh,
that
yes.
he helps people with. But it's made a big difference, and realistically, for me, what it's been is nothing more than the flexibility side of things. So stretching,
Well, that was going to get to that. Yeah.
right? And if my muscles are loose, I'm stronger.
Exactly.
The weight can flow to different parts of the swing without resistance. And you will you'll bring it back down then along that rotational plane in the same path and with less resistance. So
That's
not even working so much on strength, but let's face it, with flexibility and working out with exercises that are flexion exercises that use your own body weight, you do get stronger.
Exactly.
Pilates, yoga, all of those people, they're incredibly strong, and all they're doing is using their body weight,
Yep.
in different poses.
the biggest thing that the guy told me when I first went there, as an introduction thing, whatever you're checking this, he goes, "You are so tight in your muscles, your hips, you're really tight." He goes, "We got to find a way to loosen all that stuff
Yeah.
up." And same thing you're saying, you're stronger, but everything just flows better.
Yep.
You don't think about anything; it just kind of happens. So-
Yep.
And John Cryer does right that 16 and 15
Oh.
pounds.
Yep.
So we know that for sure. Oh,
Yeah, and
Nikki, hers rude.
my guy always-
Why I loved you, Nikki.
My guy always says motion is lotion. So if you can get the body moving, and especially if you can work on stretching and being more flexible, then those motions lube the joints and it makes it easier to continue to move them.
So let's get back, not talking about me and 14 pounds and a gym and whatever. Let's talk to this match right here where Thomas has 36 in the third, spare in the fourth. Brandon Brown, 48 in the third, spare up in the fourth, so that's 12-pin match there.
To till at 25%, 50% fill to 75% fill.
There you go, yeah. We got Josh Kennedy and Brandon Cryer over on 5 and 6. Josh started out with a turkey, then went spare strike, and he didn't throw it very well. You didn't think he did. He wouldn't even solid 8. Could have been a double. Brandon has 109 in the fifth.
Thomas with a rolling 10-pin there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, it probably saved an open. No, just kidding. But what did Dana said? It was a 4-pin and a 10-pin.
Yeah, 4 and a 10, he said.
missed back there,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Nice tournament again, Tyler Kurkowski.
Good bowling, Tyler. Well, there's a second name. Connor Plague is watching. Connor, glad you're watching. That's another one, though, that was signed up to come. So there it is. There's the two that gave us 96 and what could have been 32.
Where's Jeff Walther today? He bowls all.
Yeah, and he bowled yesterday. Bowled the kegel yesterday.
Nobody from that team bowled here today.
No.
They all wore out. Those young-
Well, I don't know, but you would have thought maybe they would have came and made like Tyler coming from Duluth or something. Maybe make a weekend out of it. I don't know what he had going on in life, but
Well, I'm not sure when they were having Denny Savoy's memorial. I don't know if that's. I don't think they would have had it today, but you don't really know. They probably don't. Maybe tomorrow they're not going to have it on New Year's Day, or what. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Todd yet.
so now Aaron Schrader bowled today, but Katie Ann
did not.
did not, and she bowled yesterday up at the kegel too. So I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. 94, great turnout. Thank you to everybody
Oh yeah.
that came out and bowled. It's fantastic. And if you put the two together, I mean, we had 74 2 weeks ago at the CBA Masters and 94 today. I'm not mad at all at those entries. So thank you everyone for supporting.
You're welcome.
Speaking of the guy who just said you're welcome, CBA president and defending champion Matt Payne just stepped into our booth.
Hello.
He didn't defend.
I didn't.
He didn't
I
defend.
gave it a run.
He gave it a run. We were actually going to discuss. Funny, you're in the fifth, sixth frame. He said, "Well, we have to bring you up in the booth and discuss what happened in there." And I go, "Well, what if he takes him still in the championship game?" He goes, "Jason goes, he'll be up here before that." No, he really didn't say that, but
I might have thought
he
it.
might have thought that, whatever. But
The confidence he has in me is
yeah.
awesome.
So we were discussing 7 and 8, and I remember this from the CBA Masters how that pair didn't finish, and everybody bowling a pair, whatever didn't finish. Now you threw a couple of shots where I said you said it with a double, I think, or something like that, whatever.
Yep.
And then of course I said you skidded into that one, and Mike hadn't wrote it down, so I didn't know how I spelled it, but
You skidded.
so I wasn't sure if the ball did that, or you threw a little harder. Was the pair just tighter than the other one?
Well, what's funny is in practice, the right lane I thought was really nice, and I thought the left lane was going to give me troubles because I thought it was hooking, and it started off that way. I threw my first shot, I threw it the Ruby IQ, and it hooked like at the arrows and went Brooklyn for a strike, and I was like, well, we're putting that away.
Yeah. Okay.
And I go to the right lane, and all of a sudden that lane got super tight, and I just couldn't get it to finish. I don't know what happened because I felt like it was pretty good, and I know Kennedy was out there with me with urethane, but I didn't get the normal like early read. Like it still got down the lane, and I was so.
Well, so Kennedy was using urethane, same pair, same. Did his urethane affect how your ball skidded down the lane?
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking.
It's very possible. To be
They
honest.
talk about it on TV, PBA all the time. A guy's using urethane, it messes it up, and then they all get out of urethane, whatever, and then they move 20 boards left and hook it.
Right.
So,
Yep.
but if one guy says it does affect it different. Now, unless they're carrying oil down to the pocket where you can just like point it up there, but these were not easy.
No.
The ball didn't just
No.
hook back.
No.
It didn't hold pocket if you got it in too much. It crossed over.
Right,
Easily
yes.
to do that. So what was it? 1 point something. 6-7 to 1 or
One,
whatever.
yeah, yep.
So this
Yep.
is not your 10 to 1 house shot thing. so.
Correct. And what's funny is I bowled Clements down there on the match just before I bowled Kennedy, and we get done and he goes, I don't know what it is, but the right lane, every frame just got tighter, 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 and tighter. And he goes, I don't know if it was the urethane, I don't know if it's because you and I were out there. I was like, I know, I felt it too, and I thought I was going nuts. So.
Yeah. Well, I saw a lot of that today, but I just think it's me more than anything else.
Right.
So,
I blame me about 100% of the time before I actually
I do, and
blame the ball or the lane.
And if you think back, and you really well, I really threw that one right. I threw it really good. It didn't hook. Well, then it's the wrong ball, wrong for something. So it did. Oh, and 7-10 by
7-10.
Brandon Cryer. He just picked up a split last frame.
He did, but Josh is also kind of. I mean,
Josh has got him,
yeah, the match is pretty much in Josh's hands.
Oh, it is.
So I'm, unfortunate. Of course, he's trying to make a comeback, but he left that split in the last frame, and then this one, it kind of means his look isn't the best either.
No. But Josh came back after he picked up that split. The momentum could be going. You got to go. Oh no! I picked up it, but Josh came back with a double. And I was talking, Matt. You missed this earlier. Across with.
And then he gives the high effort.
Yeah, that was. That's kind of disappointing.
Yeah, at least it's not on camera.
I was bowling with Josh on a pair in the third game, where he was just terrible. And he said, I'm the worst bowler in the state. I can do this. He missed 2 single pins. He had about 150, whatever it was. And then he's ended up 15 under, and now he's on the verge of getting into the top 4 here.
Right.
Yeah. About to go into the consolation match.
Yeah, right.
Whatever
So,
you want to call it. But
Well, even the CBA Masters, I finished second. I was the number after the cut. So I just barely make it in the cut, and people were talking to me about it, and I go, I don't know. I better have some good luck going into this because I was 100 and some under. And then I ran it to the third place spot. But I didn't say I was the worst bowler here.
No,
I didn't fall that far.
Didn't fall that far. He was just.
I may have been thinking it for a second.
Oh man, he was sulking. His head was down. He was walking back, and I come on, Josh, you know how to bowl.
Yeah.
Whatever. I know I'm the worst. I know what it is. I just whatever. So but a lot of people, him for sure, are probably guys that are. they need something to talk themselves into whatever. It maybe pumps them up that way or something.
Trying?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whatever.
I get what you're saying, but that's
Yeah, trying.
to me. It's like I got to get pumped up to try.
All right, what was going on over there?
No, you lofted.
Settle down, Josh. Settle down for 258. Let's get back over to this pair, this game right here, because we got off of.
Heck
Yeah,
of a lot
this
tighter.
is the other one.
Yeah, this is the other one. That the winner of this.
The winners get to meet.
The winner. This bowls Josh, and then the winner of that bowls Dawson, and then Jason Craigen.
Yep.
Make you shiver.
Oh, whoa!
Wow.
Did he just pick up the 4-5? He did.
No, 4-8. 4.
He left the 2-4-5, didn't he?
4-8.
Oh, it was a 2-4-8.
4-8.
Oh,
2-4-8.
I thought. Oh, yeah, it was. That's right. He chopped
gonna-
that. He chopped that 2-pin straight back, and all of a sudden he hit the 8.
Made me second guess how I know my pins.
Anyway, 163 in the ninth for Brandon.
Like Prentice. He never knew.
He can still have 193, but if he doesn't strike out,
Yeah, that's where
Thomas is going to have a chance to win. So they'll give him 183 max. Thomas
just like
Cleveland
that,
can
too.
strike out for
Yeah.
185.
It's all in Thomas's hands.
He's gone. All right.
What?
He's gone. Mr. Crime.
Just like that.
Just like that. Poof.
Big spare. Big spare.
Secretary.
When not all the spares seem to be
You're welcome. I
guaranteed.
grabbed your stuff.
What we got going here? I just said 183 max is what he can have.
Yeah, 183 to 185.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thomas can
Boy,
double.
I could have used that in a couple of my matches.
Yeah.
I saw you lost with a 233.
Yeah.
That wins a bunch of games.
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah.
does a 222. Maybe not the next game, but he could have won a bunch of others.
Not today.
Not today and not on that
All right,
pair.
Thomas just needs a double in 6. So the 6 will be
Only.
easy. The double is tough. Maybe the 6 is not as easy as I'm thinking.
All he needs.
Well, we were discussing this. The last
Wait.
match,
This is Goodley.
Thomas has a choice of, because he's a higher seed, he has a choice of starting or finishing. Last match, he wanted the ball in hand, and he did to strike, fair strike to win. He wanted the ball in hand here to have a chance to win.
Yep. That's pretty good.
That was really good.
You call that high flush in our
They
work.
do.
Yeah.
Yep.
They do.
Yep. That was really good.
I had a couple of those today.
Oh. But he was nice to it, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, they're all nice.
Jeez. He pet the kitty on that one.
Getting quiet in here now.
Craigen's been practicing for an hour and a half.
Yeah, well, why not?
I can tell you why not.
Oh, we got that out
Tired.
further.
Roll it. Oh, wow.
It went down lane a little bit further. He got it out further. It wasn't high flush.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw a well
Even
shot.
with his rev rate,
Yep.
that urethane's not going to recover like that.
No.
Right.
I think it's 11 and 12. 11 and 12, Steve? I think that's
11 and 12, yep.
11 and 12. So we're going to have Brandon Brown against Josh Kennedy, 11 and 12.
Building a fire.
9 cents.
Then I'm assuming it's going to be in 7 and 8 for the
9
next
centers.
match, and 9 and 10 for the next
It is
one,
bad.
something like that.
you're a really good guesser.
You know, it's where the cameras are, Jason.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have to look at the sheet at
Someone's gotta
all.
explain this one to me. So the first one they ran with
Okay,
Maddie's and Elsie's.
Mateys.
Maddie's and Elsie's.
Two-day tournament, 4 games qualifying at Mateys, 4 games qualifying at Elsie's. Finals were at Mateys.
How about that?
That's why George won.
Exactly. Well, he grew up in both those places.
Okay.
I knew George in junior leagues. He was he's like 4 years older than me, but he was working at Mateys when I started bowling there. And then we did the same thing at Spectrum Park Place.
What's Scheffler's and
Schaefer's Imperial Lanes. Let me tell you the story.
Is that Rob?
No,
that
that's
was
Schaefer. This is Schaefer. A guy named Pete Schaefer, who started the tournament in 1976.
Yep.
He ran it for 5 years. And then he didn't have it for 81, 2, 3, 4, and
Yep.
whatever, didn't have it. So he brought it back again in 85. And but the Schaefer's Imperial Lanes, he was a mailman by trade. He bought, which was Wallabies, but it was called North Bolero. Pete Schaefer, he lived in New Brighton on Imperial Lane. He called it Schaefer's Imperial Lanes. It was a perfect thing. He
Yeah.
owned it for 3-4 years, something like that. I think sold it back. That might have been when Jim Madden bought it. It became Diamond Lake Hilltop.
Yeah, yeah.
And there was Wallabies after Diamond Lake Hilltop, it was called, I think. And then I'm not sure if that's when Mike Skinner's uncle bought it,
That was double A.
Double A. And
Yep.
then it went to Wallabies when Jim Madden got it back.
Yeah.
Because Wallabies was down under.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why he called it Wallabies.
Yeah, yeah.
They had $2 Cokes, but $1.50 Kahlua coffees.
Okay. That,
You finished second at the
I did.
Spectrum Park.
I did. I was telling them I beat two of the three biggest guys in bowling, Jeff Crystal and Wayne Hathaway, but I couldn't beat Bruce Smith.
And that was 4 games in 4 games.
4 games. I think I qualified, in the top 8 or something like that, but it took 32 because we had 96. We always filled it up at 96 entries. Took 32. You come back on Sunday to bowl, and you could 2 games you could be done because it's still double elimination. And then when I started helping Al Larson in '86. We went to Royal Downs. So I started helping run the tournament from '86 on. So I've been involved for 39 of the 40, whatever it is. So.
My first tournament bowl with Rico's.
Yeah, okay.
Back then, we bowled at Skinner's place. Because we bowled team event
I
at
think
Mady's.
my understanding of the rule is
Oh, you're talking about the city tournament? Yeah, it was
We
at
bowled team event the week before.
in Double A
And
was
you can-
the
yeah.
double singles.
And
Yeah.
they're going, oh, it's 2 miles south of Mady's. Like, I was down, like, this is before Fulton.
I'll take care of all
So
this.
I'm driving, I'm almost to
might wanna
Minneapolis.
choose
Yeah.
Like,
It was north.
I have to find something that's open. I walk in right when practice is over,
You
shoot
can
like
take
750
this
with
if you
bowling. Without my first tournament with them.
Any
It's like, who's this new guy?
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up at Mady's. That's in 1967. That's when I started bowling at Mady's. It was Gene Mady. At first, Ed Mady Chet Mady. Chet Mady was the owner, and then Gene was his son. And then it was Brett and Bart run after that. And that was on 39th and Central. That was downstairs, whatever. So, was that?
Yeah, there should still be a
I think
box
so.
in there.
That's closed, right?
Do they not have for watching?
Tore down.
Oh, tore down. Okay.
Closed. No, it's still there. It's just torn down. The bricks are still there, whatever it is. So.
That's so stupid. Schools can't even get a watch anymore.
Why? For what?
A 300.
It's his first
It's
adult
his first
300.
adult 300.
He doesn't know what ring size he wears, so he doesn't want to mess with the ring.
don't want a ring.
But they
Why
don't
not?
give a watch anymore.
The watches are dead because they have bad batteries.
Yeah, we can buy new batteries.
You should talk to Chad about that.
Which Chad?
Chad, the guy in charge.
Oh, Chad?
Chad.
Oh, Chad.
Oh, that Chad.
The guy that took away century doubles. Yeah, that guy.
Something like that.
All right, Brandon Brown, Josh Kennedy. Looks like
Right.
Brandon starting the match. I'm not sure who actually had the who was higher qualifier or not. If Josh, I think Brandon was higher qualifier. He decided to start the match.
And I'll bring it to you.
Don't know if he liked that lane, the right lane, better to finish on that. We'll find that out.
Absolutely. My mic was muted. That's fine.
Okay, you're good.
No, you're fine. I didn't care.
Brady said he was going to win this, which is amazing.
Yeah, he has it.
Which amazes me.
Yeah. You want everything else.
It's everything else.
He gets to go to the Masters every year with
6,
3
9,
different
10.
wins, just not this one. So that was Dawson Peterson's first adult 300 today.
That's good. That's good.
That's
to hear.
kinda cool.
Didn't know he was an adult.
Well, he is now.
Not really.
Yeah.
Cross with him all day.
By age, he is now.
Okay, so so you're saying that they don't give you
There's no watch there anymore.
You get a plaque.
A ring or a plaque, or a Crystal Award.
Oh, a Crystal Award.
Jeff Crystal. gets
Not a
the
Jeff
award?
Crystal Award.
Jeff Crystal Award. But you got to be left.
I'd rather have the Jeff Crystal Award than that Crystal Award.
Yeah, exactly. So no watches.
No
They're
watches.
actually nice.
That's what I was saying.
But I don't know that you actually have to tell them your ring size right now.
Maybe you
It
don't.
doesn't say here the ring size. Well, I guess it does.
Yeah, I was going to say
to
that.
figure that out. But what if you don't put it on there and you say you want a ring? Will they give you an opportunity to figure that out?
Oh,
Thanks, Stacy. Or you don't turn it in until he tells you the ring size, Jason. Just have,
I told him, I said, hang on to that.
yeah.
You'll get
Turn it in another couple of weeks, whatever.
So, here's a question. At any point in time, was it double elimination?
It's always double elimination.
No, or 2-game double
No,
elimination?
no. This is
St. Paul was
so the St. Paul Masters. St. Paul Masters was actually a really cool tournament. It was going on longer than this one. Yeah. Yeah. And so you bowled 8 games of qualifying on Saturday. 2 4-game blocks. Everybody bowl at one time. You take an hour break, another 4 games, whatever. They had a big blackboard up in the back, and they wrote all the scores in. And they just keep everybody standing around waiting. Oh no, whatever. It was really cool. And then you came back on Sunday, and you bowled the top 32. Came back and bowled 4 more games, and they cut the top 16.
Oh, okay.
So then it was.
Sure. Yeah.
Except for.
Then the top
first year-
16 were double elimination, 2-game matches.
Correct. And
Yeah.
the first year I ever bowled, there was still a 2-day
Yeah, okay.
event. But
That was at Concord.
Yep, it was at Concord. It was
When they
on
had 40
Deer
ent-
Opener.
They had
in-
40 entries, and they had everybody come back except for 8 people,
Right.
and only 16 or 12 cashed.
Correct. Yep.
So then from there they moved to 1
They
day.
changed it to our format
Yeah.
that we've always had.
2 days is not.
I'm in the process of getting all the Masters champions from all the Masters tournaments. Now, I know the Minnesota one. I know the Minneapolis because I used to run that too. I know the Minnesota Senior and the Minneapolis Senior because I was always involved in those. Now I got the Twin City Senior and the Twin City Masters. They just started, obviously.
Yeah.
And I know I can get the St. Paul Masters title because somebody has it at that office. So I'm trying to get all those together and find out who has won the most Masters. Well, I think David Langer has won anyway, but I want to know who's got right down the road, whatever. So, I mean, nobody has those stats, and nobody's going to do it, so I'm going to do it because I kind of want to know it anyway. But I'm having trouble getting anybody in the Twin City office to know where to look to give me stats, info. I'll figure it out, though. I have time.
Yeah.
Single pin miss by Brandon Brown. That's really hurts at this stage.
Right. Yep. Did they get it?
I don't know.
So
Nice shot, Josh. Snap out that 10 pin.
Last year,
Gives him 39 in a second.
And Anderson, Jeff Anderson.
We'll give him at least 10 pin, 9 pin lead, whatever, with the double here, or with the. Right now he's got that 9 pin lead, make it 19 with the double here.
If we got any type of anything from it, and we're like, no. And he goes, all right, I'll bug him again. And then I bumped into Clark Holzer at the banquet, and he goes, send an updated resume. I was like, oh wait, so you got my resume? I have no idea. So then
You have to send it to Diane.
Right, I sent it to whatever that address is, and then Anderson sends me an email later, or a text, and he goes,
That Josh got that thing skidding down the lane.
it was me, Ullman,
Feet
and-
probably a little too deep.
and
I know a couple times he snapped them off the gutter back a few games ago, but I think he threw that one a little bit too hard to the right. The washout. You'd think it would be easy. He's be able to cross over easy enough, whatever, but I'm not sure if he's going to try to hook it over there or if he's going to try to
okay, well, that one's a kick in the nuts.
just move middle of the lane and try to throw. No, it looks like he's going to play it off his strike target and try to hook it over there.
Boys Club or something. I was like, well, they gotta get
3. You need 3 as a minimum here. You don't want to throw away any pins.
So, and I hate to ask if I
Ah.
can resend my resume.
That was really good. 5 boards
I
right.
will, and I'll resend it.
I'm not sure if that's what he did or not, but usually he can move 5 boards right, but he's playing far enough right that I'm not sure if that's what he actually did.
Well, and I asked Ullman. Ullman goes, I never even submitted mine. And he goes, Amy did. I was like, okay. He goes, if I have to vouch for myself, I was like, I get it. Like, it seems kind of weird that you have to, like, here's all I've done.
It's just titles. It's not real camera.
Right.
That means nothing.
Oh, the half 10 again.
It doesn't.
Brandon Brown was playing way out there, rolling it up first arrow way back. I don't know, it was like the third or fourth game that I crossed with him. I know he's probably doing it all day. He's still able to stay out there with the. He's using that Summit, I think. Making it look pretty good. Uh-oh. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I don't know if he has trouble with those normally.
They didn't have, what was it?
He, I don't think he plays enough cross lane, in my opinion, on that. But
There was like an old timer one, and someone goes, "Why wasn't?"
that's an easy way to lose a match in the fourth, fifth frame. Give your opponent just be looser and be able to throw the ball at ease and just try to stay clean, and probably going to win. And it probably affects that next shot, just like that.
I'm like, I don't know what to do at this point. Like,
Fluster is kind of a word I'm thinking Brandon is right now.
Like a split besides the two six. I was 5 and 6 on it. It was stupid. It was like the year now. I just kept leaving the 2-4.
Okay, I think he feels he's lucky he got that himself.
well, that's my match with prior. I go with Craigen. I went strike, spare, 4-bagger, and then all of a sudden I couldn't get off my hand. I went 3-6, 2-6-10, 3-6-10. I'm like,
Okay,
what's
Josh, I expect him to throw the ball really good here.
To the right.
He wants to just keep the same rhythm.
Got it to the left one shot. Yes, I left the bucket. I don't
Post a shot, throw it well, just keep that going because he's got a good lead right now, 20-some pins in the fourth frame. Don't give it away is all he's got to do. Oh, whoa! The 9 into the 4. Wow. You very seldom see the 9 into the 4. Very seldom. I do remember a guy winning a CBA title named Todd Gordon at Blainburg years ago. Did the 9 into the 4 pin to win. I don't know why I remember that, because his first tournament ever, and he did that. Carl, this is not the title match.
No, this isn't the title match. This is the match before the title match.
The match before the semifinal. What do you call that?
The match before the semifinal.
I just said that.
the quarterfinals. The quarterfinal. Why is Carl watching?
The slot machine ran out of money.
It's true. Couldn't golf today. Gotta go to the casino.
No, that was really, really nice. Posted that shot for a double. Really putting some pressure on to Brandon right now.
Awesome.
Winner bowl is Dawson Peterson, and then the winner of that bowl is Jason Craigen, who has to be beaten twice. What kind of surface grit? What kind of surface grit will Jason Craigen be using in a championship match?
A lot.
Exactly. Yeah. Like Jason Hansen was saying that he's got 500, 360, 180, and gravel. That's what he uses for grit. Sit down, Matt. Slide that thing up there.
Don,
Yeah.
They couldn't hear me talking before. Yeah,
No,
that's fine.
I don't.
My voice barely carries.
Tyler, we will not be here until 10. I'll be leaving before that. Maybe Jason and Matt might have an extra beer or two.
Until 10? I got a strict bedtime.
11:30. That was a solid shot by Brandon to get the double.
It's got to be as good.
Maybe
as
get him back
Thursday night game.
into the match, at least feeling good for himself.
Oh, that was a Saturday game.
Yeah. No, the
Ah,
Thursday
he
game
got
was
it this
Seattle
time.
and Chicago going 6-3. I shut it off just
That could have
before
been a
half,
double.
turned it back on, it was
Pick up a
6-3
spare,
in the
96
loss.
into 6.
Washington. That's a Sunday night game. You said Monday night.
That is a 40-pin lead for Josh right now. He just wants to keep that pressure
Probably
on.
known
Don't let up.
The value.
But you also want him to stay clean. So
Niners.
That was supposed to be a good game.
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
And then it isn't.
Niners will still score 30. Their off defense is awful. Oh,
You think things are going Josh's way this game?
I wonder how his carry is right now. I suppose you'd call that lined up, right? When you just start
Well,
carrying
there is
everything?
something to be said about that because Jason and I talked about earlier. He said, Nelson Burton said this, luck favors the well-prepared.
Yeah.
And he bowled and practices more than a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
practice.
yeah, he practices. Well, so he works in a bowling center, so that's like
Exactly.
cheating.
Well, I know it's not fair.
It
I
isn't
don't
fair.
do that.
When you work there, that doesn't mean you bowl.
No.
He does,
But he
though.
does.
It does? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This,
I think he's
This
only at
one-
home for 8 hours to sleep, and then he goes back.
this one would be really good because he likes this lane a lot. That's what I know about it.
Wow.
So,
You
all of a
talked him
sudden,
into that
thing
one.
snapped right off for the big 4.
It's okay. This is makeable.
Luckily, he didn't. Yeah. Luckily, he didn't need it. I don't think he needs it, whatever. But get 2. I was talking with Henry Trotwood earlier. Just like during the whole course of a tournament or even a game, don't throw away pins. And here, you're not going to pick this thing up, so at least just get the 2 pins.
Bounce.
I gave you credit for that one, Jason. I said,
Yep. 500, 360, and 180 in gravel.
Gravel. V-Rat. All right, 161. I mean, technically, he's only got 180, 178 or something, say, if the opens, whatever. So, and
It ain't over,
it
but
ain't
it's
over, but mathematically, he's still in it.
Yep.
I mean, he could rattle off a double right here, put some pressure back on Josh, and Josh does not like that right lane.
Right.
So,
Oh, he
they cross over
crossed.
for a strike. Hey, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah.
Throw it in the dirt.
Well, he just went Brooklyn for that strike.
Yeah, it's a
Makes
strike.
this.
Are you judging?
Yes. Yes, I am. Oh. Close the doors. Someone left the door open.
Good thing I was wrong from earlier.
Hey, I left a solid 4.5 and a solid 5.7 today. And Jason said, how can it be solid? I go, well, they never moved. So that's solid, right?
That is solid.
Yeah.
I think that's the definition.
Yeah. If they
Nothing
don't move,
moved.
they're solid. Yeah.
But normally, if you buy the snack bar, it's really hot.
They say they can't control it.
It's still not over. If he doesn't spare, he can still have a chance to double to win.
Right?
So, and
The
you
thing
know,
is, he just big Ford, right? So
correct. And he doesn't like the right lane because he carried that 4.9 and 9 into the Ford, and he carried a 4.710. This could be high or it could be washout because he's making an adjustment.
correct.
Watch, he'll just pure it and strike.
Right.
But there's all kinds of things that could happen, obviously.
Oh, it looks right, and he missed the headbin to the right.
Okay, he didn't leave the washout.
He did not wash out, which
Yeah.
is good for him.
He was mumbling today earlier that his spare shooting was bad, which has been bad. He
Yeah.
strikes a lot.
That's
He
one
should
thing.
pick this up because it's off a strike target.
Yeah. It's one thing with Josh. He throws the ball amazing, but his
Yes.
spare shooting is suspect
It's a
at
different
times.
release.
Yeah.
But off the strike target like that, it's okay. That's
Right.
back in, yeah. Yeah.
There's one in 5 and 48.
We thought it was Clement's 16-pound ball who broke it, whatever. So, well, a good tournament for Brandon Brown. Got up here to 4th in the Minnesota Masters. Nothing to be ashamed of at all.
No, not at all. On a challenging pattern. That's
Yes. A lot of
good
good
stuff.
bowlers here. Like Roger
All
Blatt
10's pretty
commented
good.
earlier and said, who are these guys? He's never seen any
Yeah.
of these young kids, whatever. So
Try coming out every month. They're all different every
Exactly.
time, it seems like.
That too, yeah. I was surprised to see him on Facebook watching. Really. Roger
Blatt.
Blatt.
Yeah.
Must have been raining in Florida.
Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't take the convertible out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was Roger. Yeah.
All the time.
Josh Kennedy against Dawson Peterson. Who we taking? Lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8. Who we taking?
Craigen.
Jason Craigen was second to Lumpy a few years ago. So he's been in the championship match of this
state?
Minnesota Masters. Yeah. Yep. That was Lumpy's 5th Minnesota Masters.
So was Eric. Eric Schott was second to Lumpy.
A lot of people were second to Lumpy.
Yeah, well.
5 of them. Lumpy's got 5 titles and 2 seconds in the Minnesota Masters.
Eric did pull off a win, though, too, didn't he?
Yeah,
He did. I remember that. We were here. He had to double in the 10th frame, which he never
We were
struck
here
on that
until-
lane, and he beat Rob Clements.
9:30.
Got up
Yep.
there in the 10th frame and doubled, and nobody hit. He had no clue of hitting the pocket on that lane and did it.
Yep. Was that the time you walked down there and tried to tell him something? He goes, I've got it under control.
That could be.
Yeah. You walked down there and asked him something. He goes, I have an idea, or something to that effect. And obviously he had an idea. 'cause
All right.
I love Eric, but there's some times where you can't talk him out of stuff.
Well, where the hell is he? Speaking of Eric, he's
Yeah,
another one
I
that
don't
could have
know.
been
He-
here.
I thought he might have made this
He,
one, maybe.
Guys, I bowled league on Tuesday with him. He goes, I think I might show up on Sunday. And I go, oh, all right. He goes, but I might not. I went, well, I don't like that one. And then here we are.
Then we did.
And then he did.
I had lunch with Sam and a few other guys on Friday afternoon, and yeah, I'll be there, son. I'll be there. Yeah, he didn't show up either.
We could have used 2, right? To get to 32.
Well, one, and then we were going to pay for Jason to bowl, and then he was going to throw one ball and we go, hey, you're disqualified because you're tournament director, but at least would have had the money in there for
Right.
96, and then we would have allowed that.
We could have sent, like you told me, we could have sent the collection plate around and got $200, put Allie and Stacy in.
They each would have thrown a ball and said their hamstrings got pulled.
Right. Ah, it doesn't
They were
work.
there. Yep.
I broke my hand.
That's right, we got to move the cameras over to 7 and 8. Josh Kennedy, Dawson Peterson warming up, get 2 shots on each lane. Dawson, who was leading qualifier, obviously, he gets the choice if he wants to start the match or have ball in hand to finish it. And I was surprised that Thomas Cleveland did that twice. He worked over there and he did that, but then he needed a double here and didn't do it. I was like, man, it's so much easier if you put the pressure on your other guy.
Yeah.
I think, especially when they're this tough.
Yeah.
But maybe he liked one lane better than the other. I really don't know. I didn't ask him that. We talk about it all the time. What would you do?
Yeah.
Like I told Jason, pull the MSC in a step ladder, whoever's there, you start. They don't even look at whatever lane. You start.
It's a lot of strategery involved.
Exactly, right, yeah.
That's old guy strategy there.
You just go.
You guys go.
It's good being, I'm the youngest of the real old guys now.
Oh.
Or one of the youngest of them. So they always seed, if you have 6 or more real old guys, they seed one into the step ladder. So I was 9th, but I got seeded in the step ladder because I beat all the other real old guys.
Yeah.
And then if you win, then you move up. But if you lose, you go back down to
Where you were.
So therefore they can't pay out 6, 7, 8, or 9 until that matches it, whatever.
Right.
So, but I lost it at freaking Todd Savoy. I let him stay at my house the night before, went out for dinner, had him whatever, and then he beats me. That,
He should have rolled over for you.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
Yeah.
Well,
Kind of rude.
you told me at one point you're supposed to bring three friends you can beat. You didn't bring a friend you can beat.
No, that's a problem. Most of
You
the
get worse friends.
exactly. Damn it! I got to learn that one of these days, whatever.
Thank you, gentlemen.
See you, Brandon.
Very nice, Brandon.
Oh yeah, I got to rethink that. Don't let the guy who's the best bowler in the state stay at your house and bring him to a tournament. Todd.
I'll never. We were at I think it was a CBA meeting or whatever, and I was with Chuck, and you said that to him. You said, you're supposed to bring guys you can beat, and he goes, well, I didn't get that message.
Yeah.
You just said bring guys.
You bring guys, yeah. Well, you only heard part of it. He didn't listen to everything.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's a listening problem.
That's not my fault.
Well, this is the pair that I bowled
Yeah,
Josh
well-
on. I'm curious to see if anything's changed since it's sitting there.
On 8, you skidded it.
I did. And
A
it,
couple times.
without really trying, it skidded. Did.
Well, I'm curious because I remember this from the CBA Masters 7 and 8, and it looked like that same thing was today, or well, at least in this match play portion. I didn't. Did I bowl in that pair?
I think
No, I started on 5
did
and
I
6.
hit that pair? I can't remember. 3, 4. Yeah, I did. In qualifying, I hit it too, and I think I was a little bit further right, and it was bouncy, even further right, and then halfway through the game, I was like,
That's
you know
what I
what? This
remember
is
too. It bounced more also.
yeah. And halfway through the game of qualifying, I went, you know, this is what happened. The last time I was on here.
You know, and good or bad, this is the only 48 lane house we have in the state.
Yeah.
And it is a Brunswick or a
Bolero.
Brunswick, but it's a Bolero, and we bowl at the Bolero places because they pay the entry to the USBC Masters tournament.
Yeah.
So we come here, and so we get 90 bowlers. We spread them out to the 48 lanes. Wish there was another 48 lane house that Bolero would have, where we could have a tournament at a different house. Not that we don't want to support this place, but it does favor, after a while, kind of whatever pattern we put out there. It favors kind of the same type of people. It seems to.
It does. It's
Even though it's a different pattern all the time. But
I still don't understand how a 49-foot pattern was able to play out at the ditch.
well,
But
the Southtown, that's
right,
why,
and it's obviously the
right
place.
on left side with it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I would have never guessed that would have been it. I thought everybody would have to be in, kind of
Exactly.
trapping it at the head
Right,
pin, and no, you could play off the twig.
Yeah. I did. I had 211 to start with, and then the ball didn't hook as much anymore. Look at
Yuck.
that. So
The
30 to.
I'll tell you,
10?
the 3.6910 is not a spare I'd want to shoot.
Oh, you missed. You missed that field goal.
Now,
I see they hit the left upright. Yeah.
league, I wouldn't want.
Yeah. All right,
What were your
Dawson
numbers?
leaving a 3.6910 on the right lane.
Yeah,
One of the toughest spares that
you're
there
right.
are.
You're right, Lucas. Let's go, Dawson.
Yeah,
He's my
Lucas,
crossing
where
partner
were
today.
you? Lucas, where were you?
School or something, I'm sure. Maybe not. I don't know.
He'll tell us.
Gambling. Are you at the casino right now waiting for him?
Who is it?
Lucas. Herzrud.
Lucas, I put your name down. You didn't show up. You lost those privileges for eternity.
That sucks.
Cost us 32 guys.
Yep.
I would have made the cut.
Yep. We needed 2 people.
And he
you
would have
were
loved
one
to
of
have made it.
Plus, if you had bowled, you would have made it. So
Well, there's that too.
it's a
yeah.
double.
Well, yeah.
Lucas.
Bring your dad.
I probably wouldn't have got a first round bye because
That's
you would have been
somebody
here.
You can beat.
I told John Stabler to show up. Yeah. Well,
And then he
beat
makes the
me.
cut.
Yeah. No, I didn't tell him to, but it was good to see him make the cut. 'Cause he had hip surgery back in the spring and came back to bowl.
Lucas.
He just wanted to get through his 8 games.
You're funny.
You know, the last couple tournaments he bowled, and he.
One of 3 seniors that made it.
It was good. Apparently, my 230, 220 in my match plays weren't good scores.
Who's the first
I
one?
tried
you said?
my butt off. Wow.
Yeah, Rob. Yeah.
I should have bowled Dawson. I could
So
beat a guy that's going to
Dawson
miss
started
spares.
6-3-8-1. That's not the way to start a match.
Oh, the break is brutal. The bait.
That it was 40 feet, not 49 feet.
Well, now you tell me.
49 last year.
Unbelievable. I had so much hook today. I don't know what to do with it.
I did have too much hook at times. Yeah. No, I couldn't. Why that hook? Why that hook?
Couldn't get it off the nose.
Yeah. Although I never did cross over enough, like some people I saw, Steve Nava. Ask Steve Nava about his 240 game he bowled on a pair I was on.
Oh, I already know about his
Okay,
240 game.
Yeah,
6 Brooklyn.
Yep, 6
Yes.
Brooklyns.
exactly. So there again, I don't hook the ball enough.
No, or you don't miss big enough.
No, I probably missed big enough. I didn't hook enough to cross over. It just went to the nose. All All right. Well, Josh Kennedy, when your opponent opens
Aren't
two
you
in a
supposed to
row,
be practicing?
you should be
You only had
relaxed.
2 hours of practice. You got another hour in
His
you.
ball's now at 200 or 2,000. 2,000.
Yeah. You should have been throwing. You should have been throwing something you weren't planning on playing with, because now it's like up 2,000 grit. You know,
Steve Nava
started
says
at
truth.
360, now it's 2360.
That's my trick, baby.
That's your trick.
Actually, I didn't start that much service.
What's
No,
not that much
but-
surface?
I'm gonna put a little lag detector.
Did you say 1,000 was not much surface?
All right, Josh, just keep the ball in play. Keep picking up those. Get nine. 9 spares are better than 6 and 8s, whatever. So it should be
Well,
easier
yeah.
spares. But yeah, you definitely don't want to open early.
So Josh,
Especially
I don't know if he
your
meant to throw it
opponent
in that
already
way,
did.
but he's in from where he had been.
That one was for sure.
Yes.
It's hard. We're different. I could look at the monitor. I don't
No,
know why
let's-
I don't. Let's look out on the lane, whatever. But I can look at the monitor to see who's actually playing by the arrows, which is right in front of me. But I always forget to do that because. But he's still got 9 spare, and your opponent, who's kind of lost right now, but your opponent's also really good.
Oh yeah.
He'll figure it out.
Yes.
Sure, the first frame, maybe just little nerves. Second frame, threw it too hard. He'll be fine right now. He throws the ball so good.
Oh, you passed it today?
I don't understand how they hook at this at spares on the left side because I can't trust that my
No,
ball's going to get
no,
there. So
no.
we're going right at it.
5 pins, I threw my strike ball.
Yeah.
But otherwise, anything at 2 pins, whatever, I was pretty good on that side. I missed 3 10 pins today,
3-4 years.
which really sucked because that
Traveled internationally.
was 30 pins. But it didn't matter at the end. But still, early on, when I'm still in it, missing those, all of a sudden you have 170 instead of 190, 200, whatever. So
He
Holy-
can't get it off
wow,
his hand.
wow.
He's being real handsy right now.
okay, well, I don't know what to say on that, but he did not. That's not him. That's not how he bowled all day.
No.
He would drive.
And if there's one thing this Southtown's good for is pair to pair can be 100% different and crazy different too.
Well, we were talking about, okay, we thought it skidded more.
Yeah.
But he's not finding that skid. He's finding that
No.
hole spot. Twice. 3, 6, 9, 10 and a big 4 on that lane. So
Not the start you want.
No.
That's for sure.
But he can still get to 200, and 200 is going to win this match.
Right. Oh, watch out.
He needs to at least mark this frame,
Right.
one way or another. Whether it's a strike or throw in a pocket, 10 pin, pick it up, something. He needs to have some confidence here or whatever. So.
And that hook too.
Wow, that was good in those too. He had 4 shots on this pair.
He sure did.
Did you
and
watch any of them? I didn't
did
see
not,
what he
but
was doing either. So,
well,
he's got an
I'll tell
easier
you what,
spare.
I have taken 4 shots on a pair before I bowl the match, and then all of a sudden everything seems
Wow, yeah.
completely different.
Well, Tom Havlis, we take 10 minutes of shadow balls in the tournament, in the league at Flaherty's, and his first shot is like 3. And he always says, there's a shadow ball tournament in Chicago I'm going to bowl next week because everybody strikes the shadow balls.
But then that was like on the way home. We didn't leave.
There's his spare. There's his
Got the
clear.
spare. And the crowd goes wild. But you need that, even though it wasn't a good shot, so you got the spare, so all of a sudden, you get to relax, because otherwise you're going, God, I could have 93. It wouldn't be open all the way. Not that would ever happen, but.
No.
And Josh, he seems pretty focused right now. I know he lost it earlier today, but he's going to throw the ball well, whether he's lined up or not for it, but he's going to throw the ball good.
Along the side of the road somewhere, he literally pulled on this exit. Drove
Okay, so he did move in.
to the other side of the exit.
I wonder why, honestly. Because that pair he was really good on against me, and nothing's touched that pair since we've been there.
Well, maybe he's watching Dawson, and the ball's just hooking right away, which is
Sure.
hard for Dawson. Maybe I'm not sure where Dawson is standing, and we should watch the monitor in front of us. I might do that, but he doesn't want to go through the nose.
Crazy.
This is another spare shot off your strike target for Josh, anyway.
Should be.
I would do this with off my strike target too.
Yeah. I was like, that went.
A little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's. I'll tell you what. Double wood right now is going to be a miracle to pick up.
So as bad as Dawson started, he's within 20 pins in the fourth frame.
Right. That's crazy.
It really is crazy. So.
Is the title match on 9 and 10?
To start with, the first one.
Okay.
I mean, because Jason Craigen has to be beaten twice.
Right. I honestly thought 7-8 was going to be a good pair for them, and this is turning into a pillow fight. Yeah, I don't understand why he moved in.
Why he's in there.
Yeah.
And I was going to say something honestly, like after like the second frame, and just go. I don't think Josh is quite playing them well, and it's different. Like he was here not that long ago,
Right.
and he's in quite a bit, so I don't think he's really playing them well. Which means Dawson isn't out of it yet because he can't strike.
Right.
I mean, where he's gone to, he can't strike right now, and Dawson is still flailing, trying to find it, if you will. But there it is.
Oh my
right?
gosh!
So we've
And
got
we talked
two,
about
and
this, right?
This is Josh's spare game we talk about all the time.
Yep.
You know?
The guy can repeat shots, and he's strong, solid at the line, everything. But when it comes to spares, it's
It's
unfortunate.
It's a mind thing.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. It's something in the mind. It's a focus. It's an approach, whatever. But I mean, Dawson should take away from this that I'm still alive.
If he strikes right here, momentum is going his way.
Yeah.
He's moving in. Oh, way in.
Way in, and he's gonna. Yeah.
So I can open the first three, and I'm still alive in this, you know, just because Josh can't seem to find a way to knock 10 down, and I think it's lane play.
Well, one was high flush could have been.
But didn't Dawson say he switched from reactive in game 8?
Yes, that's when he pulled out
that's what he
reactive.
Switched over?
Yep.
I don't know what he was throwing before, but
Well, I was the purple hammer before.
like the last 4 or 5 matches probably.
So he started the day with the black. What is it? 78D or whatever, the hammer one, and then he went to the purple, and then he went to this ball.
All of a sudden, advantage Dawson.
Yep. And I don't know if it's his crew back here that said, "Hey, go to resin and move."
Well, he's talking to Gustav, so maybe.
Josh can do the same.
And Josh is going to do it. Should honestly, if he's paying attention, and obviously he is.
Yep.
Too good to not see that and go, oh, all right.
Yeah, and that's a really good sign from Josh. That I mean, even though he's making mistakes mentally or whatever, yeah, he's paying attention.
Yeah.
Because he can play in there.
Oh, absolutely.
With the best of them.
Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's all about getting lined up to it, too, right? Like, is it going to take him 1 or 2 to find it?
It took him 1, and he didn't strike. Yeah.
Well, and Dawson just found it, like, the first shot, and then just tweaked a little.
Right.
I'm sure he found this, but he didn't get the carry either, which just adds to
Unfortunate.
Dawson's
Right.
bid. Yeah.
They're tough enough, let alone to leave solid 8s.
Lucas, I won't even give you a comment.
Okay, Lucas.
I think there's an open bowler down lane down here that could probably give a couple more hints. Better.
At $10 a game.
As I'm looking up the gold coaches on my phone, I'm missing him.
You're missing Brady Gustafson? He's not on there, huh?
Not yet.
Okay. He'll get there.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That went down the lane quickly to the right.
That was a common seen thing today. Is you just leak it right a hair, and it just keeps
It just
going.
kept going and going. It skidded down the lane.
It's skidded.
That thing skidded it.
Yeah. So now in his mind, he's thinking, okay, what am I do now? He has to pick up a spare.
Yeah,
which-
double wood on
and
the
the head
head
pin that he didn't hit to start with.
Oh, Joshua.
Wow.
That's not even a whole chunk. Did you just call that a chunk?
Exactly. I don't know. It's just
Missing on the right bow tie. I don't know.
wow.
Oh, he went urethane to throw out the spare.
It's just an open.
A beer?
Well, yeah. No, because he got one pin. If he whips all three of them, it's $3. It's $1 a pin.
You missed the head pin twice?
No, he got one pin though on the going for it. So it's just an open for 50 cents.
Don't like it?
No, he did
Yeah,
not.
he did.
Okay, you
he-
mentioned a pillow fight, Matt. This is a pillow fight here, whatever.
He got away with that
Yeah, he
the last couple games, even with urethane. But the resin one, he'd miss in and he had hold, and now that hold's not there. It's
I was talking to Henry Trutman
That
earlier
re-oil,
today
man.
that
Absolutely.
these kind of matches, even in a tournament, okay, he's got five. His chance of picking this up are kind of slim, whatever the percentage is.
Yeah.
He's on a double. You got to get 3 of these. You
Right.
don't want
Yes.
to give anything less than that because
correct.
on that double it's really going to hurt. So he could pick this up.
It's very pickable, but
it is.
it's also a
Get
very
3
easy
of
way to
them.
get one.
Yeah, exactly.
We saw that earlier. Cryer, I think, got one.
Go.
Now he's
Okay.
down 2.
I think
95
Brandon that
in
lost
the
that and
7th
got
and 97
Yeah.
in the 7th.
Yep. So you're right. It is easy to have that hook a little and just cherry pick that one off.
Lane 7 and 8, lane 7 and 8 here at Southtown are going to be the toughest pair of anything we ever bowl on in any
I'm
tournament.
going to make the next step ladder just on that
exactly,
pair, all 4
right.
matches. Yeah.
I'm out.
Well, no, you might going to get there. You might.
Right. As long as I'm the 1 seed, I'm in. But if I'm
yeah.
not the 1 seed, I don't know.
Somebody's got to win, Matt. You know, Denny Green. When two teams want to win, only one can win.
Right.
Yeah, I heard they
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
That was a really fortunate 10-pin trip.
Yeah.
Well, not trip, but carry it.
So
That pin was already past it over the top, and she came back a little forward. That was
would
nice.
you be earlier that Josh has a 2-pin lead in the 7th frame in this game?
Yeah.
Who would have thought that? After this back and forth and whatever. So
Well, I mean,
Being
after
open-
after 4 frames, I would have thought that.
yeah, but then all of a sudden he's
But
going to be
then-
down by 20.
But then-
now he's up by 2.
That was well thrown. Wow. Now he's a little scared to get it to the right.
After he threw it so nice in the 6th frame on that lane.
And
that
left an
solid
8 pin. But it creeps in when you throw it to the right a hair and you
Yeah,
don't get to the
well,
head
yeah.
pin. All of a sudden it's, I got to make sure it gets there.
Wow, this is. I tried to explain this to. We had our locker guy dinner last night, holiday dinner, and I was talking to guys and they were explaining how the lanes are differently, and I couldn't. They don't understand this at all. You know?
Right.
So these guys are really good bowlers. They're gonna have like 140.
Yeah.
They're 230 average bowlers.
Uh-oh.
You know, in the house shots.
Oh.
Use that ball, Josh.
I called uh-oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that helped.
Okay, so he's thinking big time.
They're clapping at the football game. They should turn around. We got a great
How much
match
time
going.
left? 4 minutes left. The Vikes is up by 9.
9.
So Josh still has the urethane the resin in his hand.
I think that's the move. It's
Well,
just
I think it is too. And unless he's just going to fire it straight and hard. But no,
Right.
I'm not sure how deep he is with it. Oh, look at him right here. He's not as deep as I thought he would be with his feet. Oh, he drifts a little bit more left.
what? Oh,
It
there's
just-
push on that lane.
This pair is the.
No, it's got it.
No, it's got it. I could clear it.
Lucas, I got a cat named Derek that lines me up pretty good too.
Ah, Derek, what a great guy.
He's a good cat.
Never wrong that he knows of.
That he knows.
3.
Good spare.
Okay.
That is a good spare.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like whoever wins this match might go on and win this thing because they're going to know what 7 and 8 is like. 'Cause
Right.
They're gonna, well, they'd have to win on 9 and 10, and they go back to 7 and 8 if they beat Jason on the first game.
Jason's going to be tough to beat. He's
He
on his
is.
own out on the left.
It's different. He doesn't have to fight this what's going on right now on the
Right.
right side. Yeah, as a matter of fact, to beat Jason, you're going to have 190 to 200 to beat Jason.
I
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's going to be hard for a right-hander to get that on this pair.
Oh, boy. Go. Peel.
Good golly.
Yep. Yeah,
Well, and I mean, a lot of the looks that these guys are given to are created by the same things that they've done.
right.
You
Right.
throwing your thing
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
in the
Yeah.
track area or right of it for the last, whatever, 10
Yeah.
games.
Yeah.
And
And now, yeah.
Now you're surprised that the tight lane is even tighter.
Yeah.
And it's not. This is not an easy spare. So you almost got to figure this is an open. How many times you pick this washout up?
This is, yeah.
Get about, you know.
There's
you
so
wanna-
many different ways to shoot at this.
Exactly.
And there's so many ways to get one.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh. Wow. Or that.
Or that. Yeah. So 121 in the ninth.
Good golly.
So 13 pin lead all of a sudden for Josh.
Yeah.
This is just funny. It's comical.
I wouldn't trust anything Chad Nelson.
Josh doesn't have a strike yet. Just an FYI for those counting at home.
No, but he's leading, and his partner got a double and another strike. Or his opponent, I should say.
Right. God forbid he
He's
like
shut out going into
So
the 10th inning.
when
10th inning.
10th inning,
Yeah, I know he's shut out going into the
Bring in
10th
the
inning.
silver slugger.
Yeah. When do you go to the just like man? You just throw the hard one down the middle,
Right.
kind of, right?
Go. Roll.
Trip.
Roll.
No.
All right, make it because it's still you still have a chance.
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he could, Josh would go
Calm down.
5-1.
Calm down.
So he's got to pick this up and get as many.
Take
pins
a
as
second.
possible.
Yeah. Ball coming off the rack. He was going to run up there. I was almost going to yell at him to step off.
So you just throw it like that.
It's almost like him trying to get in like position round last year in Minot. And we got him in the Calcutta, and it's like, kid, put your head on.
Yep.
Right now, you got to win this match to get in there, dude. And then he did. He cashed.
Right. Oh.
But yeah, it was a match not far from this where it was like, come on, man, you got to roll your head into this.
Yep. Take 10 and you get. Oh,
yeah.
that's all right.
All right.
That's what you have to
This
do.
had been right, right?
Yeah.
Great church.
Oh. It wouldn't surprise me.
So 8 misses a tie.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he went miss headpin, miss headpin.
I'm not sure what he's going to do. He's he
I
doesn't
don't know
he's
what
gonna
I
this.
do at this point if I were put in this situation because I know I got to get to the headpin, but I don't want to go to that through the headpin, right?
So can he move right and just throw one straight and hard up at the headpin?
well,
and
and
hopefully
he
that-
is.
Oh yeah, I'm watching on the monitor right here. He just has to hit the right side of the headpin. That's good enough. That's all he needed.
That's all he needed.
Wow.
Wow. Pick it
Yeah,
up, Josh.
that's-
Just show that you can pick up this 10 pin.
It's still wiggling. Go.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hey, man.
Uh-oh, down 2. Up 2.
He did it.
150 to 140.
Bet you $5 you can't strike.
I don't want. My other one on the right lane was catches, and it did not work out.
And the 5 count, the washout?
Yeah.
no gamblers here? $5.
I'll still buy in the
$5 that
Calcutta
he doesn't
next year.
strike?
That's dead.
I just did.
All right, 152 to 141. That was one of the toughest matches where nobody could hit the pocket even, let alone strike,
So-
that we've seen in a long time.
Dawson said that super washout that he left, he thought he aced it.
I'm not
So-
surprised because
152 and not a strike for Josh.
in 141
Enough
with
to
a
win.
double
Great.
and
Yeah.
another strike.
Where was this when I bowled him?
That was 4 hours ago.
No, it was just like 2 matches ago or whatever, right? Wow.
Pair was pristine when we bowled on it, apparently.
A lot of urethane going down the lane. Obviously, that
You had to
didn't
flip
help.
her over to 9 and 10er.
Go to 9 and 10. We got Jason Craigen, or I don't know, 9, 10, or 11, 12. 11, 12, 9, 10.
9-10. All right.
That was
Somebody
brutal.
told me.
Exactly. 2 practice shots on each lane here. And I didn't look and see who's higher seed, whether it's Jason or Josh, who gets a choice.
There's a qualifying.
It's all right. They'll figure it out.
I get to pick.
They'll probably say thanks because I don't want to pick it myself. Okay.
The Craigen.
Craigen.
Or some people call him Craigen. Good tournament, young man. Tough pair, very tough pair.
I think Lucas is waiting for you at the casino.
You should be able to.
He didn't even come down.
You should be able to
if you
figure
wanna
out your
come
ring
down,
size
we could have
later
got
on.
32
Like within a week, and just tell Jason what it is, depending on whatever finger you want to wear it on, or just pick
Size
10.
it for your thumb.
Or just pick a.
You got switch.
That one.
You got switch thumbs, right? Yeah. Just take that size.
Thank you, guys.
Good bowling, Dawson. Thanks for bowling with me today.
You want a size 18? There you go.
I really can't see Jason not winning this game. He can still play outside his first arrow, and he'll roll up, and he's going to get the pocket all the time.
Yes.
It's not beat up. I think he's gonna shoot 200, and I don't know that. Well, maybe this pair Josh could. If you go to 7 and 8, Josh
Right.
can't shoot anything.
That's going to be a tough
We
one.
might have a second match, but I kind of doubt it.
What do you mean, Thomas?
Obviously, it's different in 7 and 8.
Yeah. He's got a better.
He's got a better look on
He can
this
throw
pair.
urethane on this pair. Out.
He's chuckling to himself, smirking, whatever, knowing that, oh, this is a lot nicer than 7 and 8. Couldn't do that over there.
Yeah, it was. Actually, playing Matt put his shit there.
Who's Matt?
Who's Matt?
Ain't
I
mine.
don't know, he's a pain in the ass.
I gathered all the stuff from down there and brought it down. You're welcome.
It's not me.
Okay.
Yeah, you're attached to him though.
I am?
I don't know. You drive him around everywhere. You don't have to.
Yeah, very mini bus.
Short bus, huh?
Better gas mileage in a short bus than a big bus.
Less heater and AC control.
It'd be hard for
I'm gonna say I'm
it'd be hard to beat Jason twice.
Yeah, that's gonna be
Definitely will
tough.
right now with 77 miles.
That's yeah.
Plus, I think Jason's won 1 CBA and he's been second at Masters before.
Yeah.
He's been in the championship matches, other stuff where he's come from, and so I don't think he's going to get flustered. You know, I don't think he's nervous.
I don't think so either. You wasted one.
So we'll see. I'm still curious to see what he's going to do, if he's going to start the match or not.
I don't know how the Packers caught up. I haven't been really thinking.
check.
No, we had it right here. Hold on.
Jason, you're higher seed.
Yeah. Great.
So Jason's higher seed gets the choice if he wants to start the match
Here you go,
himself.
red key twice. Boom.
Okay, perfect. So
Did we really just make that? No.
Nope.
that was earlier.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how this match goes. I had a feeling it's going to be a little bit higher scoring than the last match on 7 and 8. So Josh is more comfortable playing out where he was comfortable earlier.
Right.
This pair is able to play out there, and he should throw it pretty well on this first shot and get a good read.
Wow, he gave that more room than I
It
thought.
looked like he was deeper with his feet than
Yeah.
he has been, but
Double wood. It's. I don't care where it is on the lane. I don't want to throw it at it right now.
would you throw at this as a strike target? Or
I would.
Well, I would too, but I got two guys in my team, Sam, Lato, John East. They're throwing to the spare ball.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you hit it high flush with your spare ball, you should pick it up. Hey, but this pair is a little bit softer than 7 and
Yeah.
8, so that was I would have done that anyway. But I've seen guys not do that, so. Yeah, I'd like to see
Nope.
Jason's first shot right
He
here.
walked away. I sat down.
He should be
That's
comfortable.
that's on him.
Should know what his ball's going to do. And
All right.
strikes.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, he's going to have 210 or so or more.
Oh yeah.
Not that I think Josh can do that also, whatever. But Jason's going to have a double along the way, maybe a couple doubles and whatever. But he's going to roll the ball right up the gutter like that. But I have noticed sometimes he lofts it a little bit. It's almost like he hangs up, and I wasn't sure if that's because he's using 15 pounds. Now he
Oh,
went from 16
right,
to 15.
yeah.
Is it a little lighter, and he tries to like muscle it sometimes instead of letting it go? I don't know if that's the difference or not, but
Yeah.
sometimes he's soft at the bottom. Sometimes he hits up on it. That's a little softer.
Wow.
Yeah.
For us mere mortals, we would have left a 6-pin there. You would have left a 6-pin.
I would have to two. All day.
2-4.
All day.
Oh, it looks like the Vikings are in victory formation, 27-25, beating the pack. So they are.
They lock up the first seed.
No,
No.
they have to beat the Lions next week.
Rawr.
It's amazing. There's going to be a 14-win team
Not.
to not win the division. Oh,
Wow, that was a
Josh
great
with
shot.
a solid 9, whatever. Another one-score win by the Vikes.
Yeah.
What difference does it make?
Yep, just a win.
A win's a win.
Yeah.
Running 250 and 230.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Josh, just pick this up. You shouldn't have any problem with the $1 million 9-pin.
Right.
But
You think that
you would think not, whatever. But
until you do have problems.
yeah. No, see how easy, because it's the same motion, the same release for 9-pin, 8-pin, stuff like that. But in that 10-pin, he used a different ball, and he's got to get out of the ball differently, and he
Right.
can't seem
Yeah.
to do that consistently.
Yep.
And I understand. I mean, the same thing. I throw a 10-pin with a spare ball. I try to keep the same release because that's why I have the spare ball. That's not going to hook. So let's use a ball that you throw it the same way you do in the strike target. Just not going to hook. We're like Lumpy. We'll throw backups or straighten it out, whatever. It's amazing that he can do that. All right. That one carries and the solid 9 doesn't. And that wasn't, he missed his target, it light. Talk to John East. Are you trying to be solid or are you trying to be light? Trying to be solid. He doesn't strike. He's trying. This game doesn't make sense, Matt.
No, it doesn't.
Jason, doesn't matter what Josh does. Jason's going to play his own game.
Yep.
He says, I'm going to have 210 or better, and you beat me. He's pretty deliberate up there, too.
Oh,
got that in.
No. Yeah, he did.
All right, well, let's change my tune here now. Whatever. I didn't think he would do that. He's got to get 2 of them. Don't throw any pins away.
Get 2, go to the next frame,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I was talking earlier about, so if you're going to open, it's better to open on your first of 2 frames instead of the second one.
Yeah.
So, because get to it, they go in and strike or at least get a spare. So you're sitting down knowing
You stew
that
on it.
I threw a little bit better one and I spared. Otherwise, you're stewing on the thing because you open and whatever. The worst thing you can do is open, and then
Right.
that it's like you can't come back from that. You're almost deflated.
Right.
And then as the opponent, Josh, you jump on that.
Right. No, I did not. Nope.
I don't remember if you were one or not. I'm trying to remember.
Nope. The only thing I saw down there, unless it was on a chair, because I wasn't looking at the chairs, but all I saw was the 2 bags and a pair of shoes on the floor.
That's better. Roll. Nope.
Wow.
That's a lot better shot, though. If you just left that 7-pin last frame, pick it up, it would have been better than
Right.
the open. Lose pin count and open, that's not what you want to do. Of course, I can sit back here and say that. I'm not up there bowling. I'd say he's a pretty good spare shooter.
He is.
Corner pins. So the best thing Josh could do is go over strike, and just get a
just
big
put
lead
pressure
out
on
of
him.
it.
Yeah.
Well, so you left that solid 9. You don't move off of that, do you? I don't know.
I mean, technically you should. I may not.
I may not. I won't.
Because,
But
yeah.
sometime in the back, subconsciously, you do. Oh,
That's got to hook a ton. Yeah.
I think he thought of that. I don't want to be so high flush.
Yeah. And therein lies the problem with urethane. The miss right like that is never
Yep.
going to recover.
Correct.
Because, like, you throw resin there, it may recover and you may dead 10.
Or 2-pin or something.
Two-pin,
Yeah, right.
But that.
So the miss on the urethane's got to be in.
Right.
No, in. Left.
Correct.
Exactly. Yeah, look.
Either way.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, he's got it. Oh, yeah.
that's pretty big.
Oh, it's huge. Especially because he could, 5-2, 5-3. He lost some more pin count, whatever.
5-1 because
He
you
didn't-
take the head.
Right, exactly. He didn't lose any count. Oh, that was huge. Keep that 4-pin lead. We were talking about the string pins earlier because Jason bowled in Litchfield Center, whatever it was the other day. Yeah, they have them. They bowled 6 games on there. He said it was very playable and it was on a house shot, whatever, so it's easier to hit the pocket, but he said snapped out some 10s in there. And he didn't really notice a lot of difference. So he did not. But with easy pattern, you probably won't.
I think you just have less messengers.
I don't think you'd have any messengers. That would
Yeah.
be, but like Matt McNeil told me a year ago when I was talking to him, so you do a washout, the 1, 2, 10, and you hit the head pin, it goes around the 10.
Did it?
Now the string will hit the 10.
Yeah.
He's saying that. Don't know if that, I haven't seen that happen, but he's saying he must have bowled
I
on
can
it.
understand
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Whatever. So
It's got to hit it.
yeah, because each string is, they're not all the same length depending on what they are, whatever.
Yeah.
And then they rotate them based on however many frames, and it's like, I don't know, 2,000 frames. So the 1, 2, 3
Gets beat up.
is the 1, 2, 3 for 27 frames or whatever, or 2,700
Sure.
frames, something like that. Then it moved to like say the 478 or the 6910 or the 57. I'm not sure there's a rotation order that they do, but it's going to come up as that head pin every time in your league.
Wow.
And the 1, 2, 3 will be there at the same time because you can't move those around. Oh, whoa!
Sorry.
Oh, what did you get me?
Big wave.
Oh, okay. Well, I had one of them.
Sorry. I
No,
didn't know, but you're
I'm not a
welcome.
I'm not a chooser. I was just informing you. I'm gonna drink this and be happy. I have a smile
right.
on my face. But
So Josh picked up a super washout for a 5-count spare. Jason, when you were gone,
I don't know that he likes that lane. Wait,
I'm
maybe not. No,
I'm
never
actually
mind. Not-
surprised.
I don't know that he likes either lane.
No, not right now. But he started out with a double, and then he had that split, and all of a sudden you get shook.
I'll tell you what, it's easy to get handsy.
Yeah,
where you
right,
grab
exactly.
it and you just
Yeah.
can't talk yourself out of it doing it.
That's big, yeah. That's all I shot at today.
So Jarrett must bowl at Litchfield Lanes. We don't get any messages. We just talked about the string pin machines.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and he said
Jared, I went out and bowled there.
we just
on
talked
Friday.
about that. Yeah.
Oh, you did.
That's how I
Okay.
brought it
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
And we were talking about messengers and how you carry the washout.
Yep.
You carry it around.
Washout automatically gets it if it goes around.
So yeah,
Yep.
and
Doesn't matter
not
if it
having messengers to me is a really good thing because what's a messenger? It's a dead 10 with just more revs for the high rev guys.
Well, that's it.
That's all it is. So
It's getting the head pin off the sidewall
Yeah.
and connecting.
Again, what really killed me out there was every half pocket hit that I thought was going to be a dead 10 carry. 6 just went straight back into the 10. Nothing went to the right. Every time I came in with more angle and I thought it was a good shot, I left a dead
good
10
shot. Josh
on what
tripping a
would
4
have
for a
been good
double.
10 on free fall. Because the 6 would have went up and around, but instead the 6 just went off to the side and dropped. Because
Sure.
that's what the strings do. It doesn't like
Yeah, right.
pull it back so much or whatever. So
Well-
it was really, that was weird. And then I carried every light 7. Every one.
Sure.
Every time I hit the pocket light, everything crumbled to the left. At Southway,
It just wraps it up.
it'd be like 70% that I would carry of those,
So Jason, we talked a while ago, on one of our live streams about USBC. So we're going to Baton Rouge,
Yep.
then we go to Vegas,
Yep.
Reno, something. Then we go to Greenville, South Carolina.
Correct.
And so
that
that
was a
could
really
be
well-informed
where they
shot.
might have string
That was
pin
a great
machines
shot.
My
because it's
belief-
going to be in a convention center new, not in a arena.
Yeah. I mean, I have no info. This is just a personal belief
Thought,
on
yeah.
like the USBC costs,
Yes.
etc. They could go in there and put the string pins in there for a third of the cost as they pay to put the regular machines in there. And I would hope, Chad, if you're listening, you'd do the right thing and put the money back in the prize fund.
Happy New Year.
No, they have to alternate price fund it.
But I guess if he doesn't, at a bare minimum, our expenses go down.
Oh, the high 6 pin.
And so maybe more money comes into the prize fund, we hope. But nonetheless, I believe out of a complete expense standpoint, I think North Carolina is when we all bowl on string
It makes total sense.
for the first time.
That'll be my 54th, by
Well,
the
not
way.
the first time, but for the first time in a national
53rd.
event.
It'll be my 53rd.
Yeah.
So, while we were talking about that, Josh just went up there and got a double, so he's got a turkey now, and he's got a pretty commanding lead in the 7th frame. We are going to have a championship match on
You too.
7 and 8.
If it continues this way, yeah.
I can't. We haven't seen a lefty bowl on 7 and 8 for
Right.
a while, so we don't know. But we know what the right side is like, and not easy. But that's the way we got the lanes figured out, right? I'm assuming it's 7, 8, not 11 and 12. Whatever the sheet says.
Yeah.
I'm actually just saying that.
Steve
Okay.
knows. He wrote it.
All right.
He wrote the book.
Yep. The book. Author, editor, publisher.
Didn't help that 23 through 26 was out.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It made it a little confusing.
Yep.
Needs this one.
There's a song about that. Who wrote the Brooklyn Love or something? Oh, yeah. That's not happening on string pins.
Now you're
No, it ain't.
Good shot, Jason. He needed that big time to put some pressure back on Josh. But
Yeah,
I
so
think
true,
Josh-
Jared. Absolutely. That's everything that was half and light was good, and when I was flush, well, it didn't look good. It was a dead 10, and again, not a rip. It was just a dead 10.
I think Josh is pretty comfortable right now on this, so I think he's going to go up to throw 2 shots. He might not strike and be in the pocket.
Yeah.
And he could strike and put this match away right now.
And he should. I mean, he's got a great look where he's at.
Yes.
And he's very good at repeating. Oh, wow.
Why do we say this kind of stuff?
I don't
and
know,
then it
but
doesn't happen?
that was in a hair.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys talk.
We'll turn the mics off and we'll sit here.
I think the more you talk, the more drama we get, so it's good.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You can slide by this or chop it.
Oh, yeah, or pick it up.
1 out of 3 ain't bad. Well, that's 2 out of 3. That's meatloaf.
Well, if you bat 1 out of 3, you're shooting
pretty good.
333. You're
Millionaire.
making millionaires.
No, you don't even have. You have to 242 and be a right-handed right fielder, left-handed. Oh, you could add two. You could bat 242, have about 9 home runs, play good right field, and make $10 million a year.
Kepler.
Max
I better
Kepler.
look into that.
Sign me up.
Exactly.
You got the short porch and you can't hit it out.
Well, he's right-handed, so he doesn't have a porch.
No, he's
Oh, he's
left-handed.
left-handed?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a cheater then.
And then what's his name? Carlos Santana got $5 million from the Twins last year because nobody really wanted him. Twins made him a Gold Glover. Now he's getting $12.5 million to go back to Cleveland.
Oh, he went there?
Yeah, $12.5 million.
He's going to have 30 home runs.
He might still have early or the low 20s, mid 20s. He had 23 or something, but he's clutch for the Twins. I like the guy. I wish him well. I wish we had him.
That's good.
Oh!
Oh, piggy
that,
pile.
You know, that wasn't a messenger. Would a string pin knock that over?
Would it just roll?
I don't think it
Roll.
would have got there. I think the string sets
Would it-
it
would you
short
stop
and comes
it?
in front. Yeah.
Okay.
Same weight, right?
Yeah. But it is a bunch about like how far it'll go before it starts to, kind of pull it back a little.
All right, well,
Let's say
Jason
that's
has
the- if that's the
224
head, it doesn't
left,
get there.
Yeah.
It just goes
and Josh is at 217 pace. So if Jason was to strike out right here, he's forcing Josh to get that first strike in the 10th frame.
kind of like
Like
Alex.
the rule this way.
Kind of like Alex.
Hey,
I think
Scott,
this is
if you'd
gonna
have
be in
showed
the
up, we
pocket.
would have cut to 32, and you would have been in.
Twist your heels are
That was one of his best shots on that lane.
down 13.
Like I said, if Jason strikes out, he's going to force Josh to get that first strike in the 10th.
237 to
Yep.
224 is what we got here, maxes.
I'm not friends
Yeah.
with everybody like you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody.
String would have held that up for sure. It wouldn't have gotten over there.
Yeah, okay, well, that's like old-time bowling then.
Yeah. It either would die halfway there or the string would wrap it so it comes in
Is that
front
going to be
of it
good
and
for
doesn't
bowling,
get
or
over.
is that just good for the house to be cheaper?
I don't know. Do you think it's been good for bowling that the 300 and honor count rate
No.
Has gone
up
down.
750% in the last 20 years?
Why so low?
League bowlers? Does that help league bowlers so much? Or they're
No.
just
I
not
think
bowling?
it'll bring it back to reality a little.
Well, it'll definitely bring back to
Yeah,
reality. Will
yeah.
people not bowl because they can't average 220 in their easy
You
shots
know, that's a
anymore?
good question.
So actually, you say that, and Mike Klimple was at Southway last night doing some work, and him and I talked for a while. I had mentioned to him,
Whoopsies.
Came over.
Oh, we got
Well, that-
another match going on lane 7 and 8.
yeah,
we go.
Yeah.
I had mentioned to him that I had bowled at Litchfield, and he has bowled, on some string pins too. And then he knows a lot more people around the country and centers than that. And he mentioned a few houses in particular where they're down to like 10% of the leagues that they used to have.
Yeah.
So the league bowlers in some areas appear to be taking a stance of, we don't want to bowl on this.
Okay. Well, I like that.
You know what I mean? Like, you guys put this in and we don't want to bowl on this.
Okay.
So his take, and we talked, his take was kind of like, if you're a small town and you're the only gig in town and this helps you stay alive, this is extremely good.
Yep.
Do
right,
it, yeah.
for what you got to do. But if you have competition, this might not be
Yeah,
the best
right, yeah, okay.
choice
Gotcha.
to make if somebody else has another direction they can go to. So I guess the jury's still probably out on a lot
Well,
of that stuff.
but if you're-
right? It's still new.
If you're a bowling proprietor, own your bowling center like you do, Jason, you'll have to make that decision down the road if it's cost me too much for mechanics and stuff, whatever. And I don't know what it costs to put a machine in, so you'd have to weigh that based on how much revenue would come back in.
For sure.
But
Yeah, on 7 and 8.
2 shots on each lane, and you still get the choice.
On the best pair in the house, guys. No, 7 and 8.
I've never wanted to be in the bowling business. Obviously, I like to bowl. I bowl my whole life, and I do stuff. I never wanted to be in the bowling business because I didn't want to make any decisions like that, and I also didn't want to. I wanted to bowl and not have that work there too, whatever. And a lot of
Are they not going to 11 and 12?
you go to 7 and 8.
Really?
Yep. All pre-designed.
Oh, Max lost his spot now.
This is going to be fun
Yes,
for us back here.
absolutely. I never had, I guess for me too, I didn't have that strong of a desire to be on the ownership side of a center until, maybe about 8 years ago. And a lot of it had to do with just obviously Midway closing and me going to work for somebody else for a while. And then me kind of deciding too, like, I needed to go back to work for myself, own something again, but it needed to maybe go bigger and more than just what I was doing.
Than just a pro.
I wanted,
just a pro
like,
shop, but
even though I didn't know anything about, like, the bowling center side of stuff, because I was a pro shop guy, and the bar stuff I didn't know. Kitchen, I had ran some kitchen, I owned or managed some pizza restaurants, college and high school. So I guess I didn't have that big a desire for that either until just life circumstances changed.
Well, then you had an
And
opportunity. And you took the opportunity.
Yeah.
How many people don't? I had that opportunity to own my own business, and I took it and ran with it. But a lot of people don't take that chance. They would rather just work for somebody else, and there's nothing wrong with that because you need people to work for you.
Right.
But in order to, if you want to move forward, if you have an opportunity and move up on something, and you did that.
Yep.
It's good that you did.
I had a lot of people ask me how dumb I was at 50 to go, well, I'm going to sign up for this right now, because it's not like it's not work.
I was 52 years old. My company was going out of business. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was out of a job. I started my own.
Yep.
So I had to take that chance because, well, first, I had other opportunities to go work for somebody else that it wasn't really what I wanted. It was just going to be like a nothing thing. And I go, no, I know enough in the business I was in. I've been in the locker business for a long time. I knew enough. So I took that chance. But you have to have guts to take a chance to do something. But you don't make anything with the higher the risk, the higher the reward. So I took that risk. And all I knew that what I needed to do, I knew how to work hard, and that's all it took.
Yeah.
So you know how to work hard, you're going to make it work.
And and I've made a bunch of mistakes for sure, not knowing certain things about the other sides of the industry that I didn't know about.
Right. Oh yeah.
But I think when you're determined and when you also are invested and love what you're in, the industry, you can overcome the mistakes you make because you'll make better decisions
Hey.
the next time.
I
you know.
read Harvey McKay. He's got an article in the Minneapolis paper every Monday. He's written a couple books. How to swim with the shark without eating, stuff like that, whatever. So I read his articles all the time. Always talks about people making mistakes in business, but you learn from them. You don't do it again.
Yeah.
And then you learn to make better decisions, or you think whatever. There's a lot of reasons why people fail because they make a mistake and they don't learn from it. They do it over and over and over again. So
Right.
it's tough. Any business is tough.
Oh, for sure.
But in saying that, and back to, I didn't want to be in the bowling business because I wanted to bowl and enjoy it. That was my way of getting out of my business. That was my relaxation.
Right.
Forgetting it.
Not many people bug you about lockers so much while you're bowling.
No.
Yeah.
And then bowling in your own center. Hey, 23, I'm on 4. They need a pin. Well, tell the counter. Well, no, but I thought I'd tell you.
You're right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I know what it's like. I understand that, whatever. But
Well, and I mean, honestly, when I'm staffed on the leagues that I bowl, I'll still run back and fix our lane if it breaks down.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's busy, I'm not going to make the counter have to do it. But I get what you're saying. There's a certain amount of, like, I signed up when I was in the pro shop biz only. I signed up to be asked a lot of questions when I'm bowling league by my customers. That comes without a doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Now my customers are just in every aspect of the building,
Yeah.
so you sign up to always be asked questions.
Because they want, well, first of all, some of your customers.
Where's my server?
Yeah.
Where's right. That's
customers in the pro shop business, if you're bowling in that same league, they might not see you and have a chance to talk to you other than just that league.
correct. Yep.
All right, so let's get back to this. Jason Craigen had a choice, of course, but who's going to start the match? And
Great way to start.
He's making Josh start the match again, and I don't think it's anything to do with what lane is easier or tougher. I just think Jason wanted to finish the match first.
Yeah.
And he also watched the match between Josh Kennedy and Dawson Peterson, 150 to 140. So he's going, you want to get too cocky and too confident, but he's going, if I have 190, I can win.
Very true. At the same time, he's only had a few practice shots on this, and he hasn't bowled a game here.
That's the problem.
190 might not be so easy to get to,
The problem with being a leader, you practice on other pairs. And, well, if you throw
all square,
like
that,
he
is.
He looked good in the first 2 frames last game. Yeah, he did. You practice in other pairs, and you should not try to get lined up on those pairs because that's not the pair. You want to just get a rhythm, right?
Rhythm.
You go in practice, you just want to throw the ball good. It doesn't matter if you strike or not. I'm not sure what he did, but he's a smart enough guy. He knows his game. He knows what he's doing. But he did start with that double last game, and then all of a sudden he had that big 4, and it turned.
Yes.
Either way, he kind of knew he had another game. Probably knowing that he would have a better shot on 7 and 8 than Josh would. You say, oh, Josh.
Me too. Yeah, I'll agree. I honestly thought, but I haven't seen him throw a shot on this pair, so. But I thought that looked far right from, or left from what would make it back. Yeah.
I'm watching our capacity crowd here at Southtown, and everybody's on their phones. Are they watching the match on the phone instead of live?
Well, let's hope they're all logged in. We got 58 people.
Standing room only here, by the way.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Nava said he only had 5 points.
Yeah, televised on that pair. I thought he had 7, to be honest.
Hold off. Yeah. Yep.
They're all in a row.
He told me he went Brooklyn twice in the 10th, and then he moved and went for the face, and you guys were like, why'd you move?
He struck anyway. I don't know if he did or not.
No, he didn't. He was 7 count or something. But yeah, he was like, yeah, as soon as I moved and he didn't strike.
And I had 2 crossovers all day. My ball didn't hook enough to cross over. It hooked enough to go through the nose.
Right. Not all the way, though.
Or it didn't hook enough to, or hook little enough to be light. Put a solid 4-5 and 5-7. Look at our Josh got a spare right away.
Yeah, good spare.
He's ahead of his last game on this pair.
Well, I mean,
he went 9 spare, 9 for 9 turns.
That's
then
true.
everything
That's true. He did.
The wheels came off the
He
wagon.
can do it. You know?
Definitely.
Yeah, he can do it.
So Josh uses that purple hammer or whatever he uses, and then otherwise he'll use his resin. Does he ever use his plastic ball would he have taken that plastic ball out in last match to see what that would have done? His spare ball? And just, would that ever cross his mind to try?
Okay, I may have figured out why he didn't stay out at the ditch.
Because of that shot right there?
Right there. Might have had a little hook.
So we got a dude that lived down the road from Southtown. He's a fairly famous sketch artist. Sketch artist, right? And he used to come in and do tacos on Monday nights during Monday Night Football for us. Anyways, he made a post the other day on Facebook, and he goes, I can't believe how much.
Oh, that's another way to try to pick up the baby split.
By the way, kids, post your shit. His check was $680 for a month on Facebook. Just for what he posted.
All right, Jason, to get up here, your opponent's just open. He's not having a good shot, a good look at the pocket. You go up here and throw some really good shots. If you happen to get a double, get that four-bagger, you could be home free.
So I signed up like 4 months ago for like it's like a Beyond Business pit. It's like a
Good shot, left the six spin.
influencer type.
Could have tripped it.
Right?
Just pick it up, move on to the next frame. Still got that 20-pin lead.
Got to be big enough to where the replays that had all the sun so they could generate enough plays and the ads were going in front of enough people where all of a sudden we got a check. How do you find your ad? It's my email. This came in PayPal. Oh wow, my PayPal.
What do we need to do?
Good spare.
What I can do? Post a lot.
Everything. The
On,
results.
on our page?
Yeah, yeah. It's just, yep. And it's just little things, even like you could just post anything, like a prepper for the next tournament coming up, and just say, don't forget in 2 weeks we've got that, right? But the following,
Just keep replying to them.
yeah, I was just like, I saw that and I reached out to him and I go, is that seriously? Because he worked, in the center for a while, so I texted him, like, is that seriously just 1 month? And he goes, yeah.
Jason's been in the pocket all 3 frames already, all 3 shots. Even though he just left that 6-spin last time. He's running that one out. He knew off his hand that was a strike.
It's $900 a year.
He's going to be in the 220s, I think, somehow,
Entry fees better.
if needed, depending on what Josh does here. But Josh absolutely has to fill these 2 frames with some good shots to obviously have put some pressure. Just the thought in Jason's head that, yes, I can strike. I got a good shot to the pocket.
And just be like, if you bowl a CBA event, this could happen to you. And whatever.
I mean, if we started making that kind of money and you added that just to every tournament each month, I mean, that makes like a.
What are we on here?
Nothing hurt. Nothing hurt. We thought we moved in a little bit, but I'm not sure what he did.
But then I looked at my account and I'm like, I made $6 last month. And I don't know how.
All right, done.
Jason Josh definitely needs a spare somehow here. Can't have these back-to-back opens when your opponent is all lined up.
I literally do all the videos on YouTube, so I watch. I mean, I don't watch
That's a pretty good spare. That's a different ball he threw right there, too.
I just gotta get people.
Yeah, their threshold is a little large. But if we actually, and this is on me, and I have to have time to do it, if we actually stream it through YouTube with the link on Facebook, we double dip revenue.
Maybe is that maybe the stuff doesn't get paid for doing anything. Maybe
Because he goes through Facebook, so whatever he's
You could be getting changed. From that. Yeah. It's like he'll come to a.
All right, Josh. You somehow got to get a strike here. Oh, you changed to an idle or something, it looks like.
Oh, optimum idle. Yeah.
Well, he went gutter, spare, 5 count.
Which we had a little side combo going. I don't know what he was throwing. Has he been throwing that for a minute?
No.
Just switched to it.
The first shot was in the gutter, then spared, and then the 5 count.
All right.
I've seen it picked up once today.
How terrible was it when you shot 250 at me when I shot game 220?
He did it?
No.
Oh, he.
Josh Heigl, a match on this.
Oh,
5-1, as we were talking about.
I have seen that 3 times today on the
So close
telecast.
to picking it up, and he's still getting 5 making 5-1.
Super washout 1. Yeah.
This is so. Jason, I think, Jason Craigen has learned his lesson last game, in the first match of this double nation thing. That I got to keep the pressure on him. I throw one in the pocket. I might leave a 6-pin, a 7-pin, or whatever, but just get 9 spare.
Correct.
If he shoots 200, he's going to win this match easily.
Oh yeah.
This one might just shut him out. Yeah.
184.
We think it's over by us sitting back here.
I almost thought he missed in.
Well, he threw it 18-19, so.
Little hard, yes. The straighter it goes through the camera, the faster it shows on the.
It does.
Yeah, so
for sure.
That was straight through the camera. They don't measure it at the.
I thought gravel grit would slow it down more.
Okay, good point. Whatever. But, he shined it up for this match. He's got
lane shine.
Lane shine.
Practiced for 6.5 hours down there, so he's lane shined up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. I think the match is over now, but this is going to solidify the match with a strike here.
That didn't look.
That's a good 9.
That's a great 9.
Yeah.
Those are ones you write about.
Okay.
I threw it so bad and still got 9.
So how?
Dear diary.
I know he's excited, because he's thinking of winning right now, whatever. But I mean, he's lined up. He's 5 shots in the pocket, and then he does that.
I think his eyes floated.
Yeah, I think there was just a focus thing.
Yeah.
I know it's a focus thing because he's better than that.
Yeah. Yes, little amped up and the eyes floated.
Yeah, thinking ahead.
Oh, we talked about that earlier too. Right? The one shot at a time and the best of the best. They don't look at what I can get. They just look at what's this shot going to do. What am I going to do now?
I just need to throw the ball good off my hand and let the lane take it to the pocket. Yeah, there's
a guy that throws it really hard and with resin. That's a common problem right there.
What if you don't throw it hard with resin? I had that same
he just
thing.
threw it 21 miles an hour. I haven't been up to 21 in a really long time.
Spare shot.
Well, yes. Yeah.
That was 21 miles an hour?
That's what it says over there, 21.77.
That was 17.9. The 21 was Craigen's spare.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the Craigen's left side. My spare.
Well, we'll see what it
Oh boy, that's it.
That is.
That was 21.9 for the spare. No, for the
That's
spare.
that is about it.
That is it.
FYI, I'm 30 minutes late to mixed league tonight.
Oh, no.
So is Stacy.
She was supposed to be there.
You think
Yes.
I'll wait for you?
No.
Oh, post bowl?
No.
Can you bowl tomorrow morning? No.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Just think, if you bowled in the senior traveling league, you could bowl at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at somewhere in north, whatever. I don't know. Sody bowls in that league.
Ours is 12:50. They let them start late.
I think they started at 9. Maybe they started at 9.
We all get to sleep in.
I think the traveling league that Stony Bowls in starts at 9. It's 5-man teams. It takes like 4 hours because there's no strikes and everybody sits down.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
waits and I know it's like a daily. Retired guys.
Do you drop the price of coffee?
No.
It's free no matter what.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
$1.25. Do you get free refills?
$1 unlimited
nice
all
shot,
day.
Jason.
Yeah, but give me $1.
So Jason Craigen is going to win his first Minnesota Masters.
Yeah.
Which he was second to David Langer a few years ago. He deserved it. He obviously out-bowled everybody.
He bowls a lot,
He bowls a lot.
so that's
Practicing a lot because
Yeah.
he went from 16 down to 15 pounds just over the summer, I believe. So took him a while to get used to that, but he still used a lot of surface. He's just taking a victory lap for 6 frames.
I would too.
How nice is that?
I'd go 9 spare the rest of the way out and wave at the crowd all night long.
Well, it's standing room only here.
See
So
you.
quiet. We'll make some noise here.
Woo!
How many matches have ever been over in the 7th frame of a tournament, whatever? 8th frame. Not many.
No way. A shiny ball.
Oh yeah, it's at 2,000.
You know what?
Oh, yeah. 2,000.
That's very shiny.
I've got a video that I can post now. I'll put a quote. Craigen threw shiny. This is only at 2,000.
Yep.
The video, you have to throw
I love it. I bet we get like 1,200 likes and 4 shares and yeah.
You too could bowl a tournament and watch Craigen throw shiny at 2,000.
When he doesn't really need it.
His golf balls look the same. He sands them down before he plays them too.
Oh, more friction off
Yeah,
the clubs.
it
Like
is.
the backspin.
It's actually less spin.
Yeah.
It doesn't skid as much off the face. Yeah, so yeah. Yep. Plus a lot of traction on the greens on them approach shots, you know. He really can back them up.
Well, and it slows down the greens too. So like if they're fast, he can, doesn't have to worry about them. He can hit them as hard as he wants. Yeah. This was not a friendly pair for a righty to hit.
It was not.
No matter if it
No.
was Josh
You. Or you.
or me, yeah.
When you bowled against Dawson, or who'd you bowl
Well,
in
yeah,
that pair?
somehow we got 220 and 240 on that pair. But
Well, that was earlier.
If you hadn't skidded it so much.
you're right.
See.
I could be on that pair shooting 140.
Yeah, but you would have been in a championship match.
Yes.
Let's go.
Who's go? Go.
Just go. Yeah.
Speaking of let's go. That might be the first time
He-
I've seen Lump not
he-
make a cut.
he
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
supposed to be after 4. He goes, yeah, minus 130. I'm like, what? He was.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he was. Yeah.
He did not have a good day.
No.
Nope.
I crossed with him once. It was game 6, I think. He shot 2-team, and I go. We both said, he told me to, have a good day or whatever, and I said, yeah, you too. And he goes, yeah, it ain't happening. I'm 117 under, and with that game, and I went, oh, all right.
Well,
It
he-
happens, I guess. Even
well,
to the really, 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 really.
He hadn't
really
bowled
good
for
guys.
3 months, and he went out and bowled the
Yeah.
MSC
He
and
said
won
that
it.
too. Yeah.
And then he hadn't bowled since then, so he's obviously not sharp, but he bowled because of the Minnesota Masters. But in saying that, he hasn't bowled for 3 months. Other times he's won something, so.
Yeah. He said he hadn't bowled 8 games except for the MSC
Yeah.
9.
Yeah.
Since whatever it was, the date that he said. I was like, okay. Yeah. Well, there's another video I can crop up.
Throw it in the gutter!
You don't need it, Craig, and throw it in the ditch.
Cost me $1 or 5.
Off your ankle.
Oh, he tried.
He tried to get 7. See how's
All right, congratulations, Jason Craigen, on winning his first Minnesota Masters title. I'm assuming he's going to go to the Masters, the USBC Masters.
Yeah,
He will go.
this will be 2026
Oh.
that it'll be available
Okay.
for. 2025 sold out already. So yeah,
To purchase because they sell out within the first half hour.
yeah.
That's how that works?
Yeah, we'll make sure he knows, but yeah, you've got to buy in about the first 30 minutes it gets announced.
So,
It's a tough spot right now, no doubt, to
oh,
get
I didn't
in.
know that. I didn't know how
yeah.
that worked. And before, I'd buy the spot early ahead of time, and I'm guaranteed to have one. We just had to find out who the champion was going to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Things have changed a bit because I got to buy multiples, and you got to buy them under your USBC number, which means I can only get one.
Oh, well, then let me know. We have to do that. I
Yeah.
can certainly do that
Yep.
to help out. Obviously, this one and the senior one.
Yep. So.
And the CBA one, too.
Correct.
We have to do
so
some of
we've
that.
usually just lately it's all been just a reimbursement. They enter, they get themselves entered, and then we're not the middleman too for it.
Okay.
But either way, it'll be 2026 for
Okay.
Jason Craigen. But
right.
yeah, great tournament for him, winning his first Masters title.
Gets his name in the record books?
Absolutely. Yep. It's
In my record
fantastic.
books.
Yep. Yeah, he always does. Now he just gets one paid.
All right, well,
Yeah.
we'll take a picture.
We'll
Hold
take a
on.
picture.
You and Josh, hold on.
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Next CBA January January 19th, Park Grove. Regular format. So the next one is in February. That's the last bowler of the decades. Make sure you make
Locker
that.
guy, bowler of the
Locker
decade.
guy,
One,
bowler of the
whatever.
decades. And then
every
March
time.
Minnesota Team Challenge.
Sounds good. Thanks again,
April,
Jason,
you're
for
in.
everything you've done. You,
You
and
bet.
your wife, Stacy, and Allie, for getting all the scores. All you guys for
You
bowling.
got it.
Good tournament.
Great
again.
turnout. Great turnout. Yeah. 94. Awesome.
Turn 'em out.
You bet.
That's
Thank
a good
you.
word. Turn 'em out.
Turn them out.
That's a long way down.